Okay, everybody, we're live on YouTube. We're about to start the MLS Super Draft stream. We're also on TalkShoe as well, and we're just multitasking here. I'm also going to be doing code for this site, but I'm going to post our site. I don't know. I might just multitask here. It's just so complicated here. But yeah, we're multitasking, and the Super Draft is expected to start at 3 p.m. and we're multitasking because there's just a lot of talent in this Super Draft. There's Abu Denladi, Nico Hansen's a guy that got that separation. Denladi, I would take Denladi first overall, but I'm sort of expecting Ebo Bice to be that first pick. And you're looking at a lot of different. Oh wait, are we even on TalkShoe? You know what? Let's refresh the page and go live on TalkShoe.
This is the epicenter of soccer in this part of the world, the LA Convention Center.
Welcome to Draft Utopia's live 2017 MLS draft stream. We have live updates and graded picks for all the stuff on our website, draftutopia.com/MLS draft results. But at the same time, we're also going to be keeping track of picks for the Super Draft. We're going to be looking to keep up with pick-by-pick live grades coming in as this stuff is happening. We'll be doing this with the NFL draft, MLB draft. We're trying to make the page look new. If it doesn't look good on smartphones, or send me an email to chris@draftutopia.com. We're going to try to take care of this. We want to make this enjoyable and fun for the readers. We're looking at the tape instead of the stats. We're looking at Nico Hansen as a guy with the ability to be a playmaker on offense, but also needs to improve awareness. Abu Denladi out of Dayton did a great job intercepting passes for Dayton against the Akron, not for the Dayton Flyers. Really did a good job at the MLS Combine. There's another guy out of Akron who's a forward/winger, but we're expecting Minnesota United to take Jeremy Ebo Bice with the top pick. I think they should go Abu Denladi, to be honest, but because Denladi's faster on tape, and he's the more consistent player in my opinion. But the durability issues with Denladi is why I expect them to go Ebo Bice. They brought in Denladi for an interview. They worked out Jackson UL, and they've worked out Ebo Bice. And 12 different other MLS teams interviewed with Ebo Bice, meaning 13 out of the 22 teams have interviewed this guy. But I'm thinking Atlanta's leaning towards Miles Robinson. I gave them Denladi in my mock, but there are reports now that Atlanta's leaning Robinson at 2. So, and there's going to be trading. There's probably going to be a trade because there were multiple reports that the team was going to move up for Abu Denladi or Miles Robinson. There are going to be teams jockeying for position, trying to trade up in the draft. And next year, LAFC will be in the MLS, the team that Will Ferrell will own. And we'll talk about LA a little bit more on Sunday's podcast, but we're watching a live stream. We're streaming on TalkShoe, on Google Plus, our Hangouts as well. So we're really trying to get this right. And sort of expecting a trade to happen in the first 4 picks. Zyko Lewis had a fantastic combine. And this is a player that really did an awesome job. I honestly think Minnesota should take Denladi at 1. Jeremy Ebo Bice's tape just kind of sucked. He had an excellent combine, but his tape at Duke sucked. Okay, this guy was missing shots. He uploaded 12-minute tape. His accuracy was off. There were issues, but he made the U.S. Under-20 team. He played in USL. He has that experience, that leadership. He was the captain at Duke despite these inconsistencies we saw on tape. And Minnesota might overlook that. So I'm really interested to see what's going to happen here. I posted the Ebo Bice grade, but you watch the tape. Denlati, Miles Robinson, Jackson Ewell all have better tape than Ebo Bice, in my opinion. So, and I gave Minnesota an A grade because they've done their homework on this. And it's like, regardless of who they take or if they trade the pick, regardless of what ends up happening, they've done their homework. So they get an A grade for doing their homework, regardless of who they pick. Now, what are we going to see? Are we going to see trades? Is Atlanta picks at 2 and 8, Chicago picks at 3 and 11, Columbus picks at 5 and 9. There are multiple teams with multiple first-round picks, but these picks really don't mean a lot after the top 4 generation Adidas players, Denlati, Robinson, Ewell, and Ebo Bice. Those are the top 4 players. And the Columbus Crew, they go on the clock at number 5, and that's really when this super draft starts. And I am sort of expecting a team to move into the top 4, but I'm not sure what exactly is going to happen. So you're looking at the Ebo Bice pick, which is not official yet. I'm sort of anticipating them to take Ebo Bice, but this is not official yet. There could be a trade, something could happen. Last year I had Chicago Fire getting Joshua Yarrow at number 1 overall, and they ended up taking Brandon Vincent, and they ended up taking Jack Harrison and trading with New York City FC, who got Harrison, and it was intense. So anything can happen. It really, and you look at the last 4 number 1 picks, they've all succeeded. They've all made things happen. Andrew Farrell, Louisville, Andre Blake, Connecticut, Kyle Larin, Connecticut, and Jack Harrison. They've all had that success. And Minnesota's on the clock. Commissioner Garber's at the podium. So Minnesota United FC, what's going to happen with the first pick? And you got the live chat room. MLS has like a live chat room as well. We're trying to multitask and stream everything. So got all these trolls trashing Garber, and he actually does a good job running the MLS. Like, unlike Roger Goodell and Gary Bettman, I can actually respect what Garber does as the commissioner of Major League Soccer. And Garber used to work in the NFL, so if he had stayed the course, think about him possibly being commissioner instead of Goodell. But that's irrelevant. We got to enjoy the super draft. The LAFC will join in 2018. We know Garber and Will Ferrell, Mia Hamm, they put the money together to buy this team, and they deserve shout-outs for that. And they'll have the number 1 pick in 2018. But right now, Minnesota has that number 1 pick. And I'm sort of expecting Gordon Wild to be the first pick in 2018 because I honestly thought he got snubbed of a Generation Adidas offer. Top 5 player in my opinion, but we'll save that conversation for next year. Real quickly, I want to predict that I think Atlanta and the New England Patriots will win in the divisional round for the NFL because Garber's at the podium and the super draft's about to start. But the Minnesota United FC will be on the clock pretty soon. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens. I'm going to go get my water. I'll be right back in a second. I'm back, so yeah. LAFC will not be as good as the Red Bulls. Maybe not, but they're more legitimate than the Los Angeles Chargers, and I'll get into that on Sunday. And commissioners do this. Like, they'll talk about the future of the league every year. Goodell, Bettman, Silver, Friedman, Garber, they all do the same thing. They talk about where the current present state of the league stands and the future of the league going forward. And they'll spend like 5 minutes. And Seattle Sounders, they have the 16th and the 22nd pick. So if they wanted one of those Generation Adidas players, they can move those picks and trade into the top 5. Yeah, Orlando City SC does have a brand new stadium, but they don't have a first-round pick this year because they traded it to Atlanta, who picks again at 8. And these teams could jockey for position. So I'm just curious to see what exactly is going to happen. Are the teams with multiple first-round picks going to keep their picks, or are they going to move down? I honestly feel like Houston is a team that has multiple second-round picks. They have 3 second-round picks, but they only have 1 first-round pick. And I could see them moving down at 4 if they get an offer and someone like Denlotti's still on the board, and then they use their second-round picks to try to move back to the first round. I can definitely see that happening. Minnesota picks at 23 and 25 as well as number 1. They can move back to the late first round and try to get some money. Maybe a guy like Justin Schmidt out of Washington or Jordan Wilson out of Kentucky, depending on who's on the board. But Abu Bakar is probably a top 6 pick. And what Columbus could do at 5, there's a number of options. They could go Reagan Dunk, who is my favorite outside back, but I've seen him in the second round on some mock drafts. You're looking at some possibilities here. And Rob Kraft does own the New England Revolution. They pick at 20. So it's really going to be interesting to see what's going to happen here. And we're watching this super draft. We sort of know the Generation Adidas players. I watched Reagan Dunk out of Denver. I think he's a top 5 pick. He might fall to the second round. Brandon Aubrey struggled at the MLS Combine. He's a guy I hyped up. He's a player that's probably going to move into the back half of the first round. He got benched in the 3rd game. I have him at Sporting Kansas City at number 13. I might have him at, I think I have him at 13. I've seen him fall to FC Dallas at 17 or 18, though. So I'm just really, really curious to see what's going to happen here, because we had a barrage of trades last year, and it caused us to fall behind. But we write code for the tickers, all this different stuff. We're just going to focus on getting this updated and just having fun today and talking about the players and what they bring to the table on tape. Shamit Shom, I think, will end up, The other thing is there's Canadian players that got Generation Adidas offers. Not college players, but Canadian players. And I'm just going to assume the Canadian teams take them, because I was not impressed with the tape. And if the Seattle Sounders get Reagan Dunk, they win the draft, okay? Reagan Dunk's a top 5 player in my opinion. Christian Roldan, who was a top 2 player, fell to Seattle a few years ago, and they got him at 15. They got Jordan Morris in the as a homegrown deal. So the Sounders have been able to get these homegrown deals, build through the draft, obtain steals, and they got 2 first-round picks this year, and they're the MLS Cup champions. The Seattle Sounders just continue to dominate on draft day and make this entire league look like a freaking joke. The Galaxy have picked 15, but they did trade it to Colorado for the rights to Jermaine Jones. And Minnesota United is finally now on the clock. So I don't expect them to make the pick right away, because there's 1, 2, 3 to 4 different players on their board, and they've probably got some trade offers. And you look at what's happening here. Atlanta picks at 8. Vancouver 7, San Jose 6, Columbus 5, Houston 4, Chicago 3, Atlanta 2. I'm expecting a trade. Columbus has multiple firsts. Atlanta has multiple firsts. Chicago has multiple firsts at 3 and 11. Seattle has multiple firsts at 16 and 22. And the scary thing is, if New England had kept that pick instead of trading a first for Kyle Kamara, they would actually be in a legitimate position where they could move up for Miles Robinson, because there were talks about them trading up for Miles Robinson. 9 and 20 picks would be enough to move up. And this is 2 rounds, 44 selections, 4 minutes per selection, and each team has 1 timeout. So if a team calls a timeout, they get an additional 4 minutes to make their picks. So this could be a really long draft or a really short draft, depending on. Just trying to get a read on what's potentially going to happen here. I have the Ebo Bice grade posted, but I don't want to assume anything because Ebo Bice was the top prospect on our board. I don't think he's necessarily the best player. I don't think I'll be handing out any A+ grades like I did last year. I'm not as optimistic about this class as I was with last year's class. And it's just, there's good players, but there's not a complete player that blows you away on tape. And that's why it's hard to say there's a player worthy of an A+ grade. If a team makes a good pick or a value pick, they'll probably get an A grade. But with this 2017 MLS Super Draft, A grade at best. We'll see what happens, though. Yeah, they've probably made their pick.
All right, well, the pick is in, as Ziggy said, and let's send it up to the podium for the first pick of the 2017 Super Bowl.
We'll see if Atlanta goes Danladi or Ebo Bice. I think they should go Danladi.
The first round of the 2017 MLS Super Draft. Minnesota United select from the University of California, Los Angeles.
Abu Danladi.
Member of Generation Adidas forward, Abu Danladi.
So we need to update our page. Abu Danladi, UCLA. So Minnesota actually watched the tape and did the smart thing. Ebo Bice just doesn't have good tape, again, from Duke. So I'll switch that pick immediately to Abu Danladi. I know I'm a little bit behind on the code, but Abu Danladi. I actually am leaning towards giving Minnesota an A+ grade now, because they interviewed this guy, and I honestly think he is the best player in the draft, just based on the tape. And even though I got this pick wrong in my mock, I watched Danladi's tape yesterday, and I came away extremely impressed with what this guy does on tape. He is the fastest player in the tape. No, I'll give him an A grade, but yeah. But Abu Danladi is a good pick, and maybe we fall a little bit behind and promote some stuff, but I honestly, Ebo Bice could fall now because I could see Atlanta making a trade.
And I want to say a big thank you to Kelsey. She's opened her home for me. Debbie was been my guardian since day one. My friends back home, also UCLA. I've been at UCLA for 3 years, and they've been there every step of the way. Thick and thin, and they helped me a lot. And I want to say a big thank you to UCLA as a school, and my coaches and my teammates back at UCLA. And I just want to say, I know it was a really hard decision to make. There's great players here, and everybody did really well in the combine, and it was a really hard decision. And I'm blessed that you guys believe in me to help, and I'm really excited to come. Thank you to the fans. I'm really excited. It's going to be a great journey, and I'm going to come and give it all. And MLS, he just for helping.
I know I've screwed up mock drafts in the past, and I did have Ebo Bice going to Minnesota in my #1 pick, but this is the better player in my opinion because I liked him better on tape. I was just worried they weren't going to take him #1 overall. But I watched his tape yesterday, and he's fast, he's explosive, he creates separation. I was just worried they weren't going to take him. And he is the best player in the draft if he's healthy. I'm not giving any teams A+ grades. I just think it's a weaker group. But yes, we will update this page immediately because there is a change in the draft. And the first pick, Abu Denladi. Yep. He has more upside. These people are absolutely correct with Denladi having more upside.
It's time for the #2 pick here.
The second pick of the first round of the 2017 MLS Super Draft. Atlanta United select from Syracuse University.
Wow. Miles Robinson. Another good pick. I mean, a lot of Atlanta's defenders are undersized. This is a good pick. I like the additions Atlanta's made through free agency, but at the same time, a lot of their players are undersized, so that matters to an extent. So I like this pick. This is a good selection. Now, what's Chicago going to do at 3 here? Are they going to go Ebo Bice because they need a striker, or are they going to go a different route, Jackson UL? What's Chicago going to do at 3 here? Because I think UL has better tape. But Ebo Bice is this guy that teams are hyping up. His tape at Duke sucks because there's kicking accuracy issues. He wasn't as fast, wasn't explosive off the snap. There were concerns and major red flags on tape. I saw this yesterday, and I was thinking if I would wait until I'm at 4 to take him, to be honest. But I didn't think that's what the teams were thinking, just based off the tape I saw. Because I really wasn't as high on him as most MLS draft publications were. I really wasn't, but this is a good pick for Atlanta. So I'll give them another A grade. Good pick.
Robinson is the number 2 pick. Ziggy, what have you seen from Robinson?
I think it's an important pick for Atlanta because he's got pace and the way their coach is going to want to play. Tata is going to want to play aggressive with a high line. I don't know if Parkhurst has enough speed, to play back there. So Robinson is a guy who could step on the field quickly.
Yeah, now there's questions about Parkhurst's speed as well. So Miles Robinson, I really like this pick. Teams are actually watching the tape and making smart decisions. I watched the tape yesterday, and I'm actually surprised that the teams are thinking just like me. Because I was not impressed with Ebo Bice's tape. I love the initiative he took by uploading the tape onto YouTube, but I was just not impressed with the tape. So I'm actually pleasantly surprised that the teams are making smart decisions early in the Super Draft.
Excited when I got the opportunity to go to Minnesota. So it's great. It's great. I gotta ask. I know you spent some time in California. Hate to break it to you, it's pretty cold in Minnesota. How are you gonna adapt to the weather there? Well, as a soccer player, I mean, when I came from Ghana, Ghana's really hot, and when I came to California, I was wearing jackets like for the that's pretty much during the summer because it was cold, but I adjusted to it, and I'm gonna do the same. And I'm all in 100%, and I'm gonna go out, no excuses, and whether it's just another aspect of the game, and just have to deal with it, and I'm really excited. You got this, Abu. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Russ, we'll send it back to you.
He thinks LA is cold. Wait till he gets a load of Minneapolis. All right, look. First picks are in. It's time to move on to the teams that are returning in MLS this season. Chicago Fire is next up with the number 3 pick in the draft. A team that really started kind of a rebuild last season.
I'm looking at Nelson Rodriguez talking to Jesse Marsh over there. I think this is the pick that is likeliest to get traded in this draft. Chicago needs guys who will step in right away and do the job. That basis frankly running out of patience.
Yes, I mean, these people do have a point. I honestly think either this pick or the Houston pick is going to get dealt because Houston's got 3 second-rounders and they can move back into the first. So I think Chicago's going to take Ebo Bice, and then we're going to see a bidding war for Jackson UL at number 4. Maybe we are going to have a trade here. Don Garber has not stepped to the podium yet, and that's usually an indication. Okay.
Okay, we have a trade to announce.
Ooh.
How about that? We have a trade involving the Chicago Fire and NYCFC.
Wow.
Chicago Fire have traded their 3rd overall pick.
NYCFC moves up with Chicago again. New York City FC moved up with Chicago last year for Jack Harrison. Jonathan Lewis. Wow. I like the pick, though. Jonathan Lewis had an awesome combine, double-digit assists. I think
Slight surprise, perhaps. I saw the look on your face. You like this pick? Not a surprise for me. I really like Jonathan Lewis. First time I saw him play, I caught my eye.
I'm probably going to give New York City FC an A- grade because I love Jonathan Lewis's tape, but they need defense in the worst way possible.
But I think he's got some more productivity at the end of the day, and I think it's an exciting pick.
Question is, what did Chicago get for this pick? That's the question. Because New York City FC, they had the Brandon Harrison, the Jack Harrison, Jack Harrison, Brandon Vincent trade in last year's Super Draft. And once again, they move up with Chicago, and they get Jonathan Lewis, a winger out of Akron that I am really high on. Generation Adidas player. So Ebo Bice falling to 4 here. Houston's probably going to take Ebo Bice at 4, and then Columbus will get Akron. I think Houston would be smart to go Jackson UL, but I'm also sort of expecting My only question is, what did Chicago get in this trade? Did they get allocation money? What did they give up? I don't understand. Right now,
People who've been screaming transparency, we just got a little bit of something there. We actually got the M number, $250,000. What part of that trade? This is a seminal moment. All right, people for many years now have been screaming about the fact that MLS is not transparent, and those of us in the job that we do, oftentimes we couldn't fully assess what a trade was because we didn't know what was getting returned to a team. $250,000. That's a good chunk of money for a player that hasn't played a single minute in Major League Soccer. But I'll say he's worth it. Jonathan Lewis, I think he's a super player. He's a super thing. I think he can come in and battle that character. On the other side, in last year's top draft, CFC, head coach, University of Maryland Terrapins. Great to have you with us, Sasha. Sasha, you know these guys coming out of college as well as anybody. What do you think of this pick, Jonathan Lewis from Akron? His headway through for a year before he came back to Akron. He's top runner selects him a while on the U20 national team. The analysis was spot on. He's got a little Landon Donovan. He's got a little bit of that given to him. I think it's an exciting pick. I think he'll fit into New York City FC's attacking style of play. All right, before we move forward, let's take a step back. And Susanna Collins has the number 2 pick in the draft right now.
this Miles Robinson's being interviewed, and they're waiting to see what's going to happen at 4.
Excited to get out there and play with those guys. So it's a good experience already. So
it's your first season in MLS. You've got a guy like Tata Martino at the helm, an important name in soccer. How is it for you?
Unbelievable, honestly. It's like a game true. It's something like that.
So I have to ask you, if you're gonna buy a car, what's the dream car of your children?
I mean, I don't know really. I mean, maybe I gotta get used to Atlanta first, but
Atlanta traffic, you need a car.
yeah, I mean, I guess so. But I don't know. I'm just excited to get drafted. It's just a dream come true. I'm just happy right now. So.
Thanks so much, Miles. Congratulations. Russ, send it back to you.
All right, Susanna Miles Robinson there, and Jeremy Lewis was the number 3 pick to NYCFC after our first trade. We're awaiting the 4th pick of the draft. Alexi?
Well, look, Ibobise still is sitting out there.
Yeah.
Sitting pretty. Possibly somebody comes in. What are we looking at here? Houston, right? Houston's on the clock here. I see them trading down. Maybe moving down. Maybe somebody like a Portland coming into that spot. And taking it easy. To me, I think that Jacksonville is such a natural pick for Houston with what they're doing. It's going to be a 4-3-3 with pure attackers on the wings. I do worry about them overthinking it, but I'm hearing what you're hearing. I think a trade is pretty likely.
All right, we have guesses from the desk. Let's get to reality on that.
Here we are moving past here. Another trade to announce. Involving the Houston Dynamo and the Portland Timbers. Houston Dynamo have traded 4th overall pick in today's draft to the Portland Timbers. $100,000 of allocation money, an international roster spot, and the 10th overall pick in today's draft. The 4th pick of the first round of the 2017 MLS Super Draft. Portland Timbers select from University. Forward Jeremy Ibobise.
Wow. So Jeremy Ibobise, the projected number 1 pick, falls to Duke. I'm actually kind of tempted to give Portland an A+ grade because Caleb Porter is the one guy in Major League Soccer that can mold Ebo Bise into something special. So I think I might give Portland an A+ grade here for pulling this off, because Ebo Bise, while he's not the best player on tape,
Here he is, Jeremy Beasy.
Generation, it's really incredible. Obviously, along the way, there's a lot of telegraph and all the time. Coach together, we had started in middle school backyard. Great talk. To my agents, Courtney, Lyle, Rusty James, friends back home watching live nights where you guys have to keep me company. Just really grateful for that. And yet, you, coaches, Coach Curran, Coach Miller, Brady, Coach here as well, all my teammates, you guys have played the most profound impact on my development as an adolescent. I came in 17-year-old inexperienced kid, probably from Harvard, but now I feel as if I've left mature. And finally, my family, my father, my brother, who received me here, mother who's here around me lately. You guys have shown me unrelenting support and unconditional love for this whole journey. And I would be I am. You guys. It all started with practices, the games, the international teams, the George Club. You guys made so many sacrifices that I do. It's strong support when I needed it, but also sparring when I needed it. This is the industry. That's how I want to. Exciting sensation. Excited to be the city. To know the fans. And good luck everyone else.
Each number 4 overall pick, Softo. I'm sure you followed this guy for a long time out in your backyard, Bethesda, Maryland. Walter Johnson High School.
I've known since he's 12 years old, and unfortunately, a kid that got away, but we've got a great experience at Duke. This young man, I think, is a great fit for Boyd. Not only is he a from back up to Ivy, but also not to the young guy with the left foot and never wanted to. Besides that, great talent. These two characters off the track. That's how I say
Funny speech from him, music to the commissioner's ears in terms of legacy and all that. And the commissioner's at the podium with the 5th pick.
With the 5th pick of the first round of the 2017 MLS Super Draft, Columbus Crew SC select from the University of Dayton defender Hassan Abubakar.
Lawless Abubakar, the Dayton center back, goes 5th overall. And I don't blame them. They have problems at both center back and outside back. And Abubakar intercepted passes at the combine. He had excellent tape. I had Reagan Dunk going here in my mock, but this is a good pick for Columbus. And what's San Jose going to do at 6 now? Because they need a center back, they need defense, and there's no center backs worth taking at 6. Aubrey's a reach after his terrible combine. I think we could see another trade here. Yeah, I know I'm sort of still typing the Jeremy Ebo Bice grade, but a lot of teams have made smart decisions so far. There isn't one team yet that's made a boneheaded decision.
There he is, Alexi's favorite name in the draft, Lamas Abubakar. Out of Dayton, going to Columbus Crew.
Yeah, it's only up to this man with the first name like that. But you talked about his physical abilities. Saying, all right, what's going to happen when that ball gets played behind him? Can he recover?
Jackson Ewell is on the board at 6. I'd imagine he'd be the player San Jose takes, hometown guy, because Ewell is a steal at this point, to the point where I actually want to give San Jose an A+ grade for taking him. Because he was a top 4 player. He's off the board. He's still on the board at 6. And I honestly think you can make an argument that he is the best tape after Denlati. So I may hand San Jose the only A+ grade today, simply because the value there is too good at that spot.
So having guys that can play out of the back, but also having some speed. So they have Parker's before, great player, but maybe he's lacking a little speed. I think this is some good young players. A lot of the bets are other than Aaron, right? MLS. Yeah.
Yeah, but in MLS loves Ghana. The Rights Dream program is a big deal here. If you want to chime in on what's going on the Super Draft, the hashtag is Super Draft on Twitter and also on Instagram as well. San Jose Earthquakes in the offseason of change.
Yeah, so to get a read on what they're going to do. They had them taking as I'm properly my mock draft. I don't know what direction they'll go in right now. I think Jackson will still have to work with that. It's a need because he's a central midfielder, like box to box and spread the ball around. And Dom here has had a lot of success with guys like that in the past.
Jesse Curanelli is a guy who spent time at big clubs in Europe, but he's a bit of an unknown quantity.
So we talked about this week that he's still getting his bearings when it comes to MLS. It doesn't matter where you're from. MLS is a very, very unique league. It takes a little while to figure out.
All right, let's see what the Quicks are going to do.
With the 6th pick of the first round of the 2017 MLS Super Draft, San Jose Earthquakes select from UCLA and a member of Generation Adidas, midfielder Jackson Ewell.
So yeah, San Jose is probably getting the only A+ grade of the day, because that is an excellent value pick. So, nah, I can't give San Jose an A+ grade. I mean, he's not one of the top 3 players that slipped out of the top 5, like if Robinson or...
Well, he had 3 assists in 32 seconds in a game against Akron, so he can hit that last pass. Here he is, Jackson.
First off, say I'm honored is to me to be up here voting in front of all of you. It's been a dream of mine ever since I was a little kid. So I'm truly thankful for all the support that I've got. Truly thankful for my family, father, also like to say thank you to you guys. So super excited to start my career. So thank you very much.
So yeah, I've got to update the ticker, and
Jackson Ewell, Santo, you know this guy. You've seen him play.
UCLA every year.
I'm sort of expecting Shome to be the Schmidt Shome to be the 7th pick because he's a Canadian generation Adidas player in Vancouver, a Canadian team on the board here. But I could also see a trade here because I don't think Vancouver is a 2nd round pick, and this is a point in the super draft where if they're not sold on Shome, it's the perfect opportunity to move down in the draft. But yeah, Jackson UL, I do need to update the page, but I'm trying to get the picks up, and I might add some more material.
Yeah, we've sort of reached the end of the consensus of what the topics are in the draft. You start looking at the mock drafts, everything starts to go a little haywire at this point. With different names popping in. Here come the Vancouver Whitecaps, the 7th pick in the first round. It's going to be very interesting to see where they go with this pick, or even if they keep this pick, because not everybody seems to agree on where the next step is.
I think this is just so easy, though. I think you do it. I think that
You're right for the Maryland guy.
well, right back lost to them last year.
With the 7th pick of the first round of the 2017 MLS Super Draft, Vancouver Whitecaps FC select from the University of Connecticut, defender Jacob Nowinski.
Matt Doyle calls for the Maryland guy, and a guy from his alma mater gets picked.
I'm stoked. Look, I think Nowinski showed out at the combine, especially in physical testing. He is the athlete, quite as elite as you can imagine. But there's been some good luck with Huskies going in the first round of this draft recently, so I'm all for this. He is an overlapping right now, headline to headline. So, listen in. It's pretty awesome. I like to, first and foremost, thank this opportunity. So excited to put it in this level. My child without me. Next, I'd like to thank my family, sister Sarah, parents. I couldn't have stand up here without them today. Constant support, love, they've just always been my rocks. And I'd like to thank my coaches from NJSA, Antonio Meza and Zach Ramos, for always pushing me as hard as I can go and really kind of helping me make that jump to the top. And lastly, I'd like to thank coaches at UConn, Ray Reed, John Dealey, John Dealey, and partner John Bauer. I don't think I would be like coach that was pushing me very close to me.
Jacob Nowinski, a Jersey boy, through and through Lawrenceville, New Jersey. Both his parents played in Ryder, also in New Jersey.
Said young man, he really helped himself in this combine. He had a first day at right back, and then last day he played well as a left back. His versatility, Ray Reed has touted Jake for the last few years. He showed this weekend why Ray's been touting him. His versatility, his athletic ability, got Vancouver excited, and as a result, I think he moved up in the draft as much as anybody so far among them.
We'll see where Carl Robinson decides to play him in Vancouver. Before we move forward again, we go back. Jeremy UBC, now a Portland Timbers draftee, and he's with Susanna Collins.
Thanks, Russ. All right, Jeremy, you walked over here. You said your heart was beating uncontrollably fast. Has it kind of come down a little since they called your name?
Yeah, I think my heartbeat is finally getting back to a wrestling beat. But even on the stage, I can feel my face twitching. It was a really scary moment, speaking in front of that many people. But I got it over with, and I couldn't be more excited with this opportunity.
Very composed, I assure you. So you're headed to Portland. When you look at the success that they have had in the past, how do you feel like you are going to be contributing to that?
I think I'll be a good forward for the team. Work really hard, get to know the guys, and I think that my talent speaks for itself. But I think that it'll complement some of the guys that they have as well. The likes of Nagby, Addy. I know that I will work all with the team, and I'll be a team player, and I'll play whatever role they need me to play so that they can get back on the next couple of weekends.
I saw earlier you tweeted a picture of you and your mom
exciting. I know my brother and my father are watching from where it's here. I've loved my friends back home, but
Enjoy this moment. Congratulations, Jared. Protect you.
Dropped out of college, signed for MLS, gets loaned out by the league to Charleston Battery, and here he is, the number 4 pick. It's time for the number 8 pick in the first round, and it goes right back to Atlanta United FC. This is a team that picked second. They made a trade dealing with the expansion draft, so Atlanta already making some moves. They're already up to number 8. They get a second pick here in the first round already. Where do they look? They looked on defense to start, which is what we thought they'd do.
I think probably the best talent available for the expansion team, so you have holes everywhere. I do think it's a really outward that showed Nacho.
Time for Atlanta United's pick at number
Yep,
8.
and we're all caught up almost. We're trying to get caught up.
17 MLS Super Draft. Atlanta United select from Providence College midfielder Julian.
Wow. I really like Gressel's tape. I think he's a complete player on tape. I'm just shocked he went in the top 10. I mean, he really did impress me on tape last night to the point where I was wowed. But yeah, I'm just surprised he went this high. But this is a good pick.
Let's listen to the number 8 overall pick in the 2017 MLS Super Draft presented by Adidas.
I really can't fault this pick. It's a good pick. I'm just a little bit surprised he went this early. It really is a good pick.
Julian Gressel, quite an American-sounding German up there. How great is this? He said, how good is he? Softer.
He's a great player. Right side of the left side. He's got a little Jordan horsepower. He can get outside. He's very powerful, very strong. Terrific passer of the ball. But I like him as a number 9. He's also very.
So we haven't really updated the website yet, the page, but these picks are coming in so fast. But yeah, Julian Gressel out of Providence. I haven't posted my grade for him yet, but I'm going to give Atlanta an A grade for this because I liked his tape. I watched Gressel's tape last night before the Super Draft, and I'm just pleasantly surprised that these teams are making very smart business decisions. It's kind of refreshing to hear that these teams actually know what they're doing for once. Yeah, he is a complete plug-in player on tape because he can dribble the ball, he can score goals like these experts are saying. So I'm about ready to reload the page and promote this again. So
I mean, there 3 and 4 got traded, right? And the Lewis thing was big because of the amount again. But we'll see what happens.
All right, now we get another team.
With the 9th pick of the first round of the 2017 MLS Super Draft, Columbus Crew SC, selected from the University of New Mexico, forward
Nico Hansen goes 9th overall. I like the pick. Nico Hansen needs to improve his awareness and vision, but I definitely see him as a guy who stands out on tape. I didn't expect him to go to Columbus at 9, but I like the pick. And it's a good selection with it is. It's a good pick. I mean, a lot of these teams are making very good decisions on tape. So, yes. I'm going to promote picks 3 through 8. I'll go through. I'll try to double check everything. And we'll go through and read. Once we get through picks 1 through 11, we'll go through, we'll read the grades, and we'll get through this before moving on to picks 12 through 22. We might be a few picks behind, but so I'm just going to double check everything before I, because I just don't want to screw up. Well, I like a lot of the picks they made.
I also want to thank my dad and my sister, especially my mom. That's so much for me.
I mean, I honestly thought about giving Vancouver a D or an F grade, but then I realized he's a co-captain, he was a captain, there's the leadership, there's the tools, so it's not a bad selection. And yeah, and Nico Hansen at 9, that's another good pick. I mean, Nico Hansen's a player I had as a top 10 grade on. I'm a little bit surprised he went this early, but I mean, it's a great pick.
Jackson, it's almost like this moment was meant to be. How excited are you? My guy, Kalen Carr, came over here, was talking to you about Langford here, what that experience is going to be like. His start.
I met with them earlier this week, and he's bringing some different form of like. He's just super happy. I think learning under him is going to be a great experience. Definitely coming in as a young player, so I think him, take me and teach me his way, and it's really good.
You're a Minnesota guy. You've been in California, Southern California. Now you're making the move to NorCal. Is it kind of a relief to stay on the left coast?
Yeah, I love the West Coast. I really love it.
It's time to round out the top 10 here. Now it's going to be Houston and Hope. They're on the clock right now. Remember, they made the trade with the Timbers earlier, so it's 9 on the clock. Their time is running out. There's still good players available. Players that you guys have been talking about but haven't come off the board yet.
Chris O'Doy-Atsum has terrible tape, so no. I'm not listening to the experts who say he is a top 10 talent, because that is wrong. He has no motor on tape. I went back, I watched the tape, and that is what I saw on tape. So that matters. Whether you like that or not, that matters. If this guy's an undersized right back and he's a projected top 5 pick and he has no motor on tape, that matters. And the scouts see that. I saw that on tape yesterday with Adoy Atsum. The scouts probably see that too. That's why he still hasn't been picked yet. Period. Period. And if any team takes him in the top 10, they're getting an F grade. I mean, I was going to give Vancouver an F grade if they took Adoy Atsum because he has 0 motor on tape. You know, Maryland only had 5 shutouts this year. It's not like he stood out or dominated at the combine when watching his tape. And that stuff's important. So
With the 10th pick of the first round of the 2017 MLS Super Draft, the Houston Dynamo select Austria University midfielder Joseph Holland.
Joseph Holland, who had a good combine, but there were better forwards on the board. I think I had Brian Wright of Vermont graded higher. There's just better players on the board and this is the result. Houston gets the F grade, our first F grade of the Super Draft, because while Joseph Holland's impressive, he's not a top 10 pick.
I think he's kind of a classic English central midfielder that you don't want to slot him right underneath the forward. You want him maybe a little bit deeper and then he can come late into the box. He is, as you said, very very good at receiving the ball in traffic, turning out of that pressure, and making the play. Not necessarily a spectacular play, keeping the ball moving and keeping possession.
Guy who came through the college system from London, England, and they actually spoke in his school about how he came in very, very hot-headed and a little bit immature, and his time in Hofstra had sort of smoothed out those rough edges, and here he is, professional ready, coming out of Hofstra, ready to go with MLS.
Sure, he was one of the things that they actually mentioned on the field. Is that one of the most mature, number 8 type of players out there.
Success there for a young man coming here. Now he's got a chance to play for the first 11.
It was a late invite to the combine as well, so he did kind of come out of the blue over the last couple of weeks. It is interesting because he is already 23 years old. He's one of the older players in the combine, one of the older players in the draft. That tells me Houston thinks we're going to get something from him right away. Is that what you're hearing?
But I also think that in the United States and in Major League Soccer, what a ball player is, that definition is kind of changing, and maybe there's a different definition in the United States of what a player is and what a young player is. In comparison to the rest of the world. So I know we always do that compared to contrast, but there's tools that he got in terms of going to college and having all of those lessons learned that on the field are as important as kicking the ball with the type of coaching the soccer perspective.
All right, so Holland goes to the Houston Dynamo. This is the next pick, number 11.
With the 11th pick of the first round, Chicago Fire select from the University of Louisville midfielder Daniel Johnson.
Daniel Johnson from Louisville was the talk of the combine after day 1. You were foremost in that phrase, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, he actually lit everybody else on fire. For 45 minutes, it was the best I've ever seen a field player play at the combine. He catch no six, penalty, whatever he has to try it. Who makes the first guy miss? And that is a very important skill for anybody to get. Reminds me a little bit of Eddie Gaffin down to the haircut. Let's hear There's a couple people I'd like to thank along the way. I would first like to thank my family back in Atlanta, my mom for being here, my dad for always being supportive, all my brothers for growing up and playing with me for hours in the backyard. My Atlanta soccer family and Tony Annan, Ray Tomlin, Ryan Austin, Eric Coach K, coaches who's helped me along the way. I have two schools to thank, and the University of Maryland and Saj and everything I learned there. And I want to thank Ken for giving me a chance to finalize my career at Louisville. To emotion away and back. So I'm really thankful and excited to start my career.
Johnson, draft pick of the Chicago Fire, started his collegiate career at Maryland. Didn't finish it there, Safra, but what drew you to him, and what actually led him to not finish with you?
Yeah, I'm so happy for DJ. He's got a great family. Steve and I are great parents. His dad was a baseball player at Maryland. He came to Maryland a year probably premature. He graduated high school a year early, did a contract through FIFA regulation. West Ham came to us, and he got stuck with the bottom midfield. He was a little young. We had some key guys in the midfield, Subasa Endo in there, and guys that played his position, so he couldn't get up there. And that was the important decision to finally place. And he finalized his career, as I said, at Louisville. It was a great fit for him, and I'm really happy for him. This is a young man who's got beautiful feet, great heart, loves the game, great appetite for learning. He's a junkie. And this is, to see him flourish now, he's at about 15, 20 pounds, and he's mature, and now he's legit. And like you said, Matt, that first 45 minutes, man, he put on the show at the combine.
Yeah, he really did. He doesn't play upright. A lot of young players. Steve McManaman type of posture when he's going out there, and obviously cutting it from the left hand side. It's just blinds at times.
Cal Martino to his game. There you go. Cal Martino to his game. He's got this, he's very, very creative. That's the first one you think of, creative. He must have combined almost to a fault at times. What tendency for action?
I think it's really optimistic on attackers over the last couple of years. Not find time with this team because it's really he is a shooter. Don't have a lot of shooters. Have a lot of so passed the ball a lot last year. They're going to play more people a lot. They're going to need their outside midfielders to come inside and help out. We saw that on day 2. We hit that ball over the top.
All right, DC United is on the clock now with the next selection, and their clock is just about to run out. There's the ding, and
Yeah, and Daniel Johnson.
which adds some intrigue to the proceedings. The timeout is a 4-minute timeout. Each team is allowed just one timeout for the draft, and the black and red of DC United are the first ones off the board.
That phone must have rang at the last one. I mean, this had to have been the O'Doyle. So, as a reminder, every team is entitled to a 4-minute timeout, one per round, and DC United is taking a timeout.
There's 4 minutes for DC United, and in our season last year, DC looked sluggish at the start.
They put pretty money right in the second half of the season. The fact that they haven't just picked the Duiacho right here tells me they are moving McNeil to right back permanently. So they don't need another right back. Duiacho still has a lot of trade value. I think somebody's going to try to trade into this pick. Interesting to see how much gambit DC are able to get. No, yeah, exactly.
We'll pick up more on DC United in just a second, but right now...
And thank gosh DC United called a timeout because I'm a little bit behind on the back half of the first round. And I'm a little bit behind. I'm still working on pick 11, and this gives me 4 minutes to regroup, promote my stuff. But Daniel Johnson is not a bad pick. He had a good MLS combine. I feel like he's more of a back half first player.
website and in other places that I've read, your game, your style is different from guys like Michael Bradley, which is pretty good company to keep. Who do you watch and who you're a player that you would sort of like to emulate?
I've always loved Western Tradition. It's very good. Big footsteps to fill, but yeah, I love him as a player, as a person. It's just a career he's had. It's definitely what I'm on. I try to follow, but no, yeah, it's just. But I also want it myself to be honest. So I'm starting out with him.
We can't wait to watch Julian Gressel in Atlanta. Congratulations. Russ, back to you.
Susanna, time for us to take a quick 30-second break. Remember, join the conversation with the hashtag SuperDraft, and we'll be right back from the LA Convention Center.
The game you love in your hand. Breaking news when it happens. All the best match highlights. Real-time stats. And live scores. Hundreds of live match streams. Follow your favorite clubs. Anywhere. Anytime. The newly designed MLS app. Download for free today.
Back live here in the LA Convention
The
Center.
only reason I have not refreshed the page yet is because we're looking through everything here and just trying to get the code for the back half of the first round up. And I am going to promote this, so we'll go through the back half of the first round. No A+ grades, but I really like what a lot of teams have done here. Atlanta going Miles Robinson, New York trading up for Jonathan Lewis, Portland trading up for Jeremy Ebobais, Lalas Abubakar going fifth to Columbus, Jackson Ewell going 6th to San Jose. I think I forgot to place my space on the Columbus pick at 5. I'm going back to double checking and doing my homework here. No, I didn't. I placed the space and I did, but it just.
From what I heard, DC really wanted to trade up to try to get Jonathan Lewis.
And Jackson Ewell is an A grade. It's a good pick. Portland, Vancouver, I gave them a B grade. I felt like their pick was a slight reach, but he has the leadership, so I can understand the pick. They felt like they needed an upgrade at right back. Gressel was a guy I loved on tape, complete player. I thought that was a good pick, even though he went a lot earlier than people expected. Nico Hansen was a good pick.
Pick of the first round of the 2017 MLS Super Draft. DC United select from the University of Maryland College Park defender Chris Odui-Acham.
I'm probably going to give DC United a D grade here because Chris Odoi-Acham has no motor. And I'm going to mute it's not a great pick. If you watch Odoi-Acham's tape against UCLA from 2015, you will see how sluggish he is on tape. And Maryland only recorded 5 shutouts this year, despite going 17-0 and 3 with the regular season with the ties. Despite having that no regulation losses entering the tournament, they gave up 5 goals to Providence, and they only had 5 shutouts on the year. So, yeah, and I gave Houston a C grade, an F grade for trading, because this is why it's a bad pick. Holland was a 2nd to 3rd round guy. He had an okay combine. He didn't stand out, and they passed on Ebobais, Abubakar, and Ewell. And the other guys, Nico Hansen gone, Gressel gone. They were stuck. They just screwed themselves. And the Daniel Johnson was a guy who earned the right to be a first-round pick. So I actually like a lot of these selections for the most part. But the Chris Odoi-Acham pick, I'm not going to give DC United an F grade. I should, but they waited. Yeah, I don't know who's picked at 13 yet. I'm probably going to start working on that back half of the first round now, but I did not like that pick, that Chris Odoi-Acham pick. I'm probably not going to give them a D grade, an F grade, because they took him in the back half rather than the front half, and he was projected to go in that top 5.
Little PG County love. Here's Dewey Atcham coming out of Baltimore area and also University of Maryland as well. And Susanna Collins, by the way, that was the first pick for DC United. Columbus Crew already had 2 selections. Susanna's got the head coach of the Crew.
Thank you, Russ. Greg, 5th and 9th pick. You got a step back and attack. How are you feeling about it today, Brent?
Feeling good. Mission accomplished. We have 2 players that we feel have bright futures.
Now, when you look at the season that you guys had, I know it was a bit of a disappointment, especially coming from Cup final. How do you think these 2 guys can contribute right away?
Well, I think these are 2 guys that we can envision getting on the field this year. They're going to compete for spots. Lawless is a very competitive guy. He's a lot of resiliency, very physically strong. We expect him to help out the back line. And then with Nico, he's shown in this combine and throughout his college career that he can make plays and be a very dangerous attacker. So we're hoping for the best.
Always hoping for the best. Today has been, it's chaos out there, but it's hard to kind of describe it to the people watching. Did things kind of go as planned for you guys today? I mean, how much sort of conversations and wheeling and dealing goes on?
I think at the 5th spot you have a list of guys, and you're hoping that your guy you'll be able to get. And what I'd say is in both of the picks, the guys that we thought would be around were around.
Excellent. Well, we can't wait to watch you next year. Best of luck. Thank you so much, Greg. Russ, back to you.
All right, Columbus grew all the way to MLS Cup final in 2015. Struggled in 2016. How much pressure is on Greg Berhalter and the Crew to turn things back around?
There's always pressure. I don't think he's under a ton. I think he has the full faith and confidence of the ownership group. And look, this Crew team from last year. They were better than in store for a big bounce back season. I think they got at least one guy from this draft who can help them. I want to go back to Dewey Atcham for a second. Looking at these United roster right now, 1, 2, 3, 4 guys. Something is going to happen with one of those guys. There will be a trade from DC United, not necessarily by the end of the day, but pretty soon.
John Franklin's been the right back there. They're looking to maybe play him inside
yeah.
the center back, so we don't play right back towards the end of the year. I know they like him a lot. But Nick, we all know, can play further up the field as well, doesn't play in the middle of the park. So Dewey Atcham, I think, is a great local pick for them. And he's a great player. I expect big things from Dewey Atcham. I think he's a young man that can one day wear the red, white, and blue as well. He's a special player.
Sometimes what happens is you go into it, it's like us with DeAndre Yedlin. We had a Swedish international right back. DeAndre came in preseason. After 3-4 weeks, we said, wait a second, we can get rid of this guy, because he can do the job. So sometimes you find that out in preseason. Right now, I think they're looking at more of him as a 2-year type of guy, but he's definitely somebody who can play.
All right, next up is the 13th pick.
With the 13th pick of the first round of the 2017 MLS Super Draft, Real Salt Lake select from the University of Denver defender Reagan Dunk. Reagan was unable to be here today.
Wow, Real Salt Lake goes Reagan Dunk at 13.
So Reagan Dunk, a defender from the University of Denver, has got a great name. What's his game like?
He is an overlapping right back. Played for one of the most successful teams in the country the last couple of years. He's not the athlete that a Dewey Atcham or Nowinski is, but he's very skillful. Yeah, I think he sees the field well. You can see there he's crafty on the ball. I am a little surprised by this. They still have to be Beltran at right back. They just re-signed Chris Winger. They have the kid Herrera from New Mexico, who's a homegrown potential signing as well. But if they see Reagan Dunk as an asset, you have to take him here and just sort of go with the best talent available.
Yeah, it's the best talent available. I mean, I was surprised. I thought we could look more in the center back area. I thought because Weigel had coached I thought maybe that would be somebody. Duncan more of an athlete. Beltran's not somebody who can convert into the middle. Maybe they think Duncan can play in the middle. Maybe they see Beltran doing a Philip Long pushing in the midfield. He's a pretty well-rounded player, but a little bit surprised.
surprising pick, but he's a good athlete. Sometimes you got to take.
It's not a surprising pick. Reagan Dunk is a top 5 prospect, and he has better tape than O'Doy Adsom. This is an excellent pick. I hate Real Salt Lake because they beat my Galaxy in the MLS Cup. And I hate the fact that Landon Donovan might be signing there. I also kind of hate the fact that they drafted Reagan Dunk, but this is an excellent pick.
So like one of those teams in transition. Jeff Cassar coming back for another season. Javi Morales out. Joao Plata has been a guy who's now been the focal point of that offense, but they're starting to bring guys in like, Albert Rusnak coming in as a young DP, maybe to fill the center of it.
Yeah, I mean, they gave Javier Morales his number, so I think that one's done and dusted. They're obviously.
Yeah, I'm not typing the keys. I'm a little bit behind. I'm trying to do everything here, but.
There are rumors also about Brooks Lennon, former RSL homegrown who's been playing with Liverpool the last couple of years. They might be able to get him back, but it's still a roster under construction.
Reagan Dunk's a good pick, though, for the Real Salt Lake. I mean, that is an excellent pick for them.
Sunday, player midfield Nigeria should a little bit more this year and take over a little more of that defensive spot as well. But it's really reconstructing their midfield is the biggest challenge as we move forward.
Yeah, and it's ironic in a way that the next team on the clock is Sporting Kansas City. Two teams in RSL and SKC that have gone head-to-head for years in Major League Soccer. It's time to get the number 14.
With the 14th pick of the first round of the 2017 MLS Super Draft, Sporting Kansas City select from the University of Carolina, Chapel Hill, defender Colton Storm.
Well, we go from Reagan Dunk to Colton Storm.
Yeah, and all the outside backs are coming off the board, and there's a reason for this. Because teams need outside backs. I had Colton Storm one pick later to, and these teams that need outside backs, they're going to take them. Okay, that's the point. It's like Reagan Dunk is still there at 13. I like Walker Hume better than Reagan Dunk, better than Colton Storm, but Storm has good versatility. So, and DC United can be patient. They can develop him. I'm going to probably give them an A- grade simply because I like Hume better, but it's still a good pick. It's not really a pick you can fault. And it's understandable why they took him here. Yeah, I'm wondering what's going to happen here at 15 because there are a lot of good players still on the board.
Succeed right away. You can plot him for a couple of years at a higher level in college soccer, but play against grown men and make him develop to this. Also, a very, for me, typical pick for Peter Burns. Peter is really always looks for athletes. And so, like you're saying, they're talking about Susie back to right back. They're talking, obviously the kids escapes me right now. Abdul Salam, Igor Julia, they just let a kid play there. So it probably is a situation where he can develop. Does Peter think maybe he can move up a line and he can play as that right winger? He's definitely not comfortable on the left side. Maybe he wasn't there, but maybe he moves up the line. But this is, as you said, the second teams becomes a really big help to the first.
All right, next team up, Colorado Rapids. At this time last year, nobody outside of Colorado gave the Rapids much of a chance to do anything in 2016. Now we're talking about a team that went all the way to the conference championship, ended ended up falling to Seattle, were amazing at home all year. A lot of that had to do with Jermaine Jones. When he was on the field, they were very tough to beat. But this is a team that now has different expectations heading into 2017. Jermaine Jones won't be there, and part of that fallout is they get this pick. They got him from LA Galaxy, and that has to do with Jermaine Jones having he goes to the right to LA. Here's Colorado's pick at 17.
With the 15th pick of the first round of the 2017 MLS Super Draft, the Colorado Rapids select from the University of Denver midfielder Sam Hamilton. And Sam was unable to be here today.
So they go local. And Denver goes back-to-back. University of Denver goes back-to-back.
Yeah, 2 out of 3. This is a case of a team scouting in their backyard and appropriately giving that much more weight than his combine performance. And Hamilton was very, very poor, but obviously Denver was very, very good the last couple of years. He feels a need for them because it's a deep-lying midfielder, and they only have 2, maybe 3 guys in that spot. He comes in and he has to be Dutch.
Talking to Jamie Franks, he felt Sam Hamilton is a player that's still on an upward trajectory, that every year he's gotten better. When he recruited, it was a freezing night. He was out looking at some kids, and some kid with a bag of balls in freezing weather was out there trying to get better. That's the kind of attitude this young man has. He's gotten better and better. I think Colorado knows him better than everybody else, and maybe a lackluster combat performance did affect that. He might be a year or 2 away before he fights for that first team spots, but I think it's a good pick because I love players like that have that fighter, that character. They're going to get better. They're going to come into a situation. I think that's what they see with Sam Hamilton.
All right, the next club on the clock are the defending MLS Cup champions, Seattle Sounders. When we get to that, our hashtag is Super Draft. And Brooks has DC Seattle adding backline depth with their draft picks, or moving them for general allocation money or other assets. Ziggy, you think Seattle goes for backline depth here?
I mean, either go for backline depth or they're going to go for help on the wings. They need to get some wingers who are explosive, especially if they want to play in the forward down on the flanks. Kari Hayes, who we haven't really talked about a lot. If they stay with backline help, maybe it becomes an Aubrey, maybe it becomes Justin Schmidt, which is a little bit just like Colorado's pick. Did you do your homework in your backyard? And that homework now pays off because the combine becomes less important than the homework you've done on the player. The guys that Ziggy's talking about, almost all of them are really well known. They will have been scouted, especially Brandon Aubrey, who is sliding after a poor showing at the combine. The guy who is not well known, who I think he could be in the mix here, is Adonijah Reed from Canada, the youngest player in this draft. He is a Canadian GA. He led League One Ontario in scoring as a 16-year-old.
Golden Boot.
Yeah, it's unclear how much value that is. Is it like scoring a lot of goals in Division II soccer? Nobody's sure how it translates, but he didn't look overwhelmed by the speed of play or the physicality of play at the combine. He has good vision around the area. Maybe more of an inverted winger than a guy who's going to get wide and tear down the field, but he's a good player.
It's something we haven't talked about yet here during the draft is that for the first time ever, you have Generation Adidas players coming out of Canada and other players who won't count as internationals on roster spots either north or south of the border, which is a big deal. And for Canadian soccer and for MLS.
It's a very big deal for Canadian fans who've been tweeting at me for a decade about this. Reed, Shamit Shone is the other Canadian GA, and then the 3 Canadian kids who will not count as domestics are Wright, forward from Vermont, Kwame Awua, left back from Connecticut, and Nanko, the winger/forward from Syracuse.
I love the new program by the MLS for the Generation Adidas Canada. I grew up in Canada, so I'm very, very happy to see more opportunities for Canadian players. I think Shamit Shone and Reed are still probably more known by the Canadian teams. I would expect TFC or Vancouver to be the primary teams to look at selecting them, although I do agree that Reed did show a little bit of spice with his movement and certainly a big upside. But I think it's a great program. I think for good place.
All right, the clock has wound to 0 for the Seattle Sounders. We are awaiting their first pick here in the 2017 MLS Super Draft presented by Adidas. And here's maybe a little bit look of what Seattle's looking at going into this season, it's a big losses for the Sounders. A lot of retooling here when they're trying to repeat. Doug Laguerre has his work cut out for him.
He does, but he has a lot of assets now. You got the, they have infusion after winning MLS Cup, and they have some cap space. To me, I really don't overthink this. Get Brandon Aubrey. You only have 3 central defenders on the list. Get Aubrey, and if she's not ready,
I'd actually take Walker Hume over Aubrey because Hume is better than Colton Storm, yet Aubrey got benched during MLS Combine. I don't think – I don't know. You got Jordan Wilson on the board as well. He talked about the formations. He's got high soccer IQ. You could go with him. You could go with Justin Schmidt out of Washington. But this is a good spot for Aubrey. I mean, I had Aubrey going to – and Seattle can be patient with him too.
So there's a winger that gets lost now again for a year. So they need some guys who can break down flanks. And to me, that's a great team.
All right, the pick is in. So momentarily, the commissioner step to the podium. The Seattle Sounders in the 16th pick.
Here we have a trade to announce involving the Seattle Sounders and NYCFC. The Seattle Sounders have traded the 16th overall Super Draft pick to NYFC in return for $75,000 in general allocation money. And with the 16th pick of the first round of the 2017 MLS Super Draft, NYCFC select from the University of Connecticut defender Kwame Awuah.
So NYCFC has been busy making trades. And Kwame Awuah from UConn, what do you know about him?
well, he played his first 2 years at left back, and I thought was very, very good. Then, because he has vision, he has some touch, they actually used him as a number 10 the last 2 years. Then they pushed him back to left back at the combine, and he was excellent once again. He will get forward. He serves him a wonderful cross. I have questions about his defense. But another UConn guy off the board, so I'm sitting up here pretty happy. It's not going to be all UCLA and Maryland.
All right, let's listen to Kwame Awuah, UConn.
First and foremost, I'd like to thank God. Without him and my faith in him, I wouldn't be here right now. I want to thank my family back home who didn't have the opportunity to come here and watch this spectacular event and watch me accomplish my dreams and my goals. And next, I want to thank New York City FC for believing in me. I've always been a fan of their team and the way they play, and I've watched a couple of games. And I'd like to thank my teammates back home, Sigma FC, the Sigma guys, some of the coaches are here. Bobby Simeotis, John Servos, Coach Phil, Coach Dave, helped me groom myself to become the person and the player I am today. I would like to thank everyone at University of Connecticut for making it a special moment, special experience. And without them, without the coaching staff, Coach Reed, Coach Miller, Coach Dealey, Coach Tim O'Donoghue, Coach Bauman, Coach Andy, and Coach West, I wouldn't be able to accomplish this goal. So I want to thank everyone. I hope everyone has a good rest of the day, and I want to thank the MLS for hosting this event.
Let's take a look at Kwame Awuah from UConn. Does that count as a local draft pick for NYCFC? Stores on the other side of the state.
UConn is the 6th borough. Look, he's going to get forward like Arnold Monterita. I think the more interesting thing is what this says about NYCFC's mindset, because they just gave up $325,000 worth of general allocation money for Jonathan Lewis and Kwame Awuah. What I've heard all winter long is Patrick Vieira wants to build with you. He's got 2 players to work with now. I think I would take heart from this if I was an NYCFC fan.
I would say welcome MLS to international soccer. What we've had is, for $250,000 they bought Jonathan Lewis.
Yep.
For $75,000 they have. I think they're both good picks for them. But it sort of happens. It happens around the world. But Patrick Vieira is dedicated to young players. They've both got quickness. They've got speed. They're technically very sound.
and the way he wants to play, his style of play, build about it back. Those guys are important. Those are important qualities.
Con going to NYCFC. One of the New York City FC certainly has been very busy here in the first round. Another team that's been making moves, the Chicago Fire. Their general manager, Nelson Rodriguez, is with Susanna Collins.
All right, Nelson, you had the third pick. You traded for the 11th pick to get Daniel Johnson. Why was he the right fit for Chicago?
Well, we have followed Daniel over the last 2 years. We think he has some qualities that will be unique for our team. He's slippery, very good inside and outside, and he's a soccer junkie. We were really taken with his love for the game. We like to have players in our locker room that want a soccer lifestyle. TJ fits that.
Let's talk about some of the off-season moves. You guys are bolstering that midfield. You signed Nikolic, some Schweinsteiger rumors. What can you say about the way that you guys are kind of approaching this off-season, and can you offer any more insight on future plans?
Sure. Well, first, with Nemanja Nikolic, we think we've acquired a premium goal scorer. Importantly, we have found someone who wants to be a voice on the field and in the locker room. He is a champion, and he intends to continue winning and scoring goals. He's a voracious scorer. He was very well versed in the league. He knew the top scorers. He knew what their goal totals were, so he's very motivated. Juninho has also been a great acquisition for us. He's a much more mature player than when he first entered the league. Again, another champion, 3-time MLS Cup winner, someone who wants to impart his rule among the younger players. So we've improved on the front line in the midfield and with our leadership.
Great stuff. Thank you so much. Guys?
All right, Susanna, thank you so very much. And here comes the number 17 pick. The commissioner has returned to the podium.
With this 17th pick of the first round of the 2017 MLS Super Draft, the New York Red Bulls select from Boston College midfielder Zico Lewis.
Zico Lewis, a player we've talked about prior to this point, but here he is selected by the New York Red Bulls. How does he fit into the Red Bulls organization?
He's a very good wing player, and he's an inverted winger. He's a left-footed guy, likes to play on the right side. I can see him being very, very effective in New York's up-tempo possession style of soccer. He's got exceptional counter-attacking pace and a gifted left foot. I knew him when we were in the ACC for a couple of years, and he was a handful. And he's already been a full international already, so he's a seasoned college player.
He's a Bermudan international. The Bermudan Blur is at the podium.
First off, I'd like to thank New York Red Bulls for drafting me. They have faith in me, at least somebody at this draft us, so I encourage everybody else to keep their head up. There's a lot of people I'd like to thank, a lot of people back home and at schools in America who probably was more nervous about this draft than I was. I'm just nervous about giving a speech. But I'd like to thank my family and friends back home, my AL family, all the way through my college career. My agent Nico has been there since probably my freshman year, Patrick as well. My Boston College family, and as well as my Berkshire family, who's also helped me through the process and got me as far as I have this time. In particular, though, there's 3 people in particular that got me as far as I've been in my whole life. My mom and my dad. They brought me into this world. They've tried many times to take me out of it, so I'm glad they kept me in it. And then my little sister, of course, she's definitely been somebody I've always had to try to impress. So passions in my life. I thank everybody who's got me here. He's selected this latest in the world. Everybody that I'm going to prove you guys wrong for drafting this late. So thank you. Thank you, Red Bulls.
Zico Lewis, there's his head coach, Jesse Marsh. The New York Red Bulls, high school teammate of Jack.
Is he happy or sad?
I think he's got a chip on his shoulder.
Yeah,
Personality and confidence.
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
It's a good BC tradition in Major League Soccer, the likes of Charlie Davies, Alejandro.
Yeah, and Zico Lewis to New York Red Bulls at 17. His speed, he got by Miles Robinson at the Combine. I had him going to the New England Revolution at 20, but this is a good pick. I mean, this is not a terrible pick. It feels like a reach to an extent, but this is not a terrible selection.
Chip on your shoulder. You know, it means you're going to come in there and you're going to go after it. Not I, as a coach,
I'm probably going to give them a B grade.
I always like players like that as well.
I feel like it's a slight reach, but it's not a terrible pick.
Of the first round of the 2017 MLS Super Draft, FC Dallas select from Wake Forest University midfielder Jabari Hayes.
Jabari Hayes from Wake Forest, taken by FC Dallas with the 18th pick in the draft.
Yeah, I think it's a great fit for Oscar Pereira's style. He'll appreciate Jabari Hayes' skill. Jabari's a true number 8, box-to-box type of player, a great connector, great feet, does a lot of the little things. Again, a highly intellectual, disciplined player, things that maybe get unnoticed, but always add value to your team. Like we're seeing here, you can defend, you can unbalance with a run, with a pass. One of the reasons why Wake Forest is one of the top programs the last couple of years.
They went to Barcelona in the preseason. Who would you compare his game? Well, let's hear from him first, Jabari.
To start off, I have to thank God.
So, yeah, and this is a good pick for FC Dallas. This, you can argue this is an A-plus pick because
I'll give everything I have to this club. I have to thank my mother, my father, and my family. My mom and my sister flew out yesterday. My cousins over there, Nikki and Justin. I love you guys. You guys are giving me all the support. It's been amazing. Love you. I gotta thank the clubs that I've played with growing up, instilling in me skills, mentality.
I'm still working on my Awua write-up.
My coach, Muse at Wake Forest University, for the last 4 years. It's been amazing, and you guys have taught me everything I need to know to be ready for the professional world. And lastly, I want to thank Mike Sikowski and Eddie Pope and Octagon for believing in me and always supporting me throughout this whole process. Wouldn't want anyone else on my side. So thank you very much, and good luck to everyone else.
And a second to Matt, the high school player, goes here in the draft. And Wake Forest went to Barcelona to train. Whose game would you compare his to, Sasha?
Yeah, it's hard to compare it with any Barcelona players, but I would say he's a little bit of a Xavi. You know, he's a connector. He's the guy that's going to, maybe he's not going to score the final goal, but he's going to get the ball from here to there every single time, be in the right place every single time. And I think there's a little bit of that to him.
Position, though. Ultimately, do you think
he's not really a 6 and he's not a 10? I think he's an 8. I think he might develop into a 6, but I think at the next level he's an 8 right now.
I think it's a good pick because he's a kid who didn't show well at the combine, so he dropped out. It's definitely where you have to have done your homework. If you saw him play during his career at Wake, you realize it, what he can do, why he didn't have a bad combine. Hard to say, playing in different positions. But he is a box-to-box guy, and he fits in Oscar's style. Can he possibly play wide on occasion? Possibly.
And look, if you are making your pick off the combine, you are doing yourself and your club a disservice. And that's why, and it's changed over the years, but certainly at the beginning, just from a matter of numbers, you didn't have enough people. But the front offices now have enough people and enough resources to make sure that there's a dedicated person and or group of people that are following and tracking this. And when you get to the combine, it shouldn't completely change or distort your view of a player. If you believe in the people that you put in place to lead you, then you have to believe in the picks that are based on a much greater sample size than just 3 games on a week in Los Angeles.
Fair enough, but the combine still has value for recency, and also it's human nature.
And it does still change people's minds. I mean, I can't tell you who, but I know it changed a couple people's minds on this list so far, where they made moves that going into the combine they would not have made, but the player stock fell for them, and so it does still influence people, unfortunately.
All right, it should. It's almost time for the next pick, 19th overall. That goes to Montreal Impact, and here comes the commissioner.
With the 19th pick of the first round of the 2017 MLS Super Draft, the Montreal Impact select from the University of California, Santa Barbara forward Nick DePuy.
Nick Depew from UCSB. Road here from LA. Know about Nick Depew. Nick's, is he a forward? Is he a defender? I think it's always my question. He's played a little bit of both at Santa Barbara. He had some good success up front. He's a good header of the ball. Is he good enough with his back to goal? Does he have good enough feet? I think are a big question. He could be a defender.
Wow. First of all, I just want to thank Montreal Impact for selecting me and really giving me the honor and you guys proud. I want to say thank you to all my club coaches who developed me as a youth player. I want to thank Santa Barbara for 4 years over there. My coach over there, they helped me as a successful player. I want to thank my trainers as well and providing me help in succeeding next level. I want to thank my family, my two parents who sit right over there for their love and support. Keep doing what he does. I want to thank Sean Higgins for all of his things for me as well. My girlfriend as well. So watching this on TV. But thanks again to Impact and ready to get started.
Zig, you mentioned the ability for this player to play in both attack and defense. Ultimately, when you're drafting somebody, you know ahead of time that you're going to make that change. I mean, I think back to a Chris Albright or other people in your career that you've done. Do you know it ahead of time, or does it become apparent when you finally get him into the group?
You generally know ahead of time. Obviously, we didn't know with Eric Zavaleta when I drafted him, and there was a big discussion within our group. We decided to go one way. My instinct was that he was a defender, which is where he ended up at the end of the day. So if I had to do that one over, I trust my instinct. But you know ahead of time where you want him to play. So maybe Montreal sees him as a forward. Great. That's where they got to give him the opportunity. Maybe he's a defender.
You came into school as a defender, and then they found themselves needing someone to score goals from injury and also lack of performance. He comes in and starts scoring immediately. So they just kept him there.
Yeah, I think Nick needs to decide what he wants to excel at as well. I think he's got to figure out, hey, am I going to be a striker or am I going to be a defender? And I think he had to fill in some roles for Santa Barbara, and he's very good at both those places. I've only seen him play as a striker, and I quite like him as a striker. I think he's quite mobile for a 6'5" guy. He's good in the air. I see him as an Alan Gordon type of player that can maybe come in and change a game. He does have to refine his skills and polish his receiving skills, his ability to combine with players, and his finishing has got to get better. But I still see him as a striker. Now, if he doesn't see himself launching as a striker, then he's got to make a decision to fight for a center back position right away.
Where does Marbiello need him more? That might be the biggest question of all. Where does Montreal need a player, or do they need him at this point?
Generally Montreal at this point is probably going to spend money, for a forward. So the need might be greater in the back. So if I'm a young man, I can do both. I might say I'll go in the back.
There you go. All right. So the next big team up.
What's up? What do we got?
We got New England Revolution.
Ryan Wright from Vermont, with the 20th pick of the first round of the 2017 MLS Super Draft, the New England Revolution select from the University of Vermont forward Ryan Wright.
OFC? How did you know?
Like Prescott.
That's an old man reference, by the way. Ryan Wright for the University of Vermont. Maybe the greatest player in UVM history.
Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're thinking?
He's a Canadian that just kind of flourished every year, seems to get a little bit better. He's got a little bit of Brian White back from the UConn days. He's probably scored a lot of goals. America East with a very good conference this year, and he's scored goals for fun this year. So,
I'd like to thank God for giving me so far. Sacrificing so much all my life and everything with Tucker. I want to thank all my coaches through the years. My club coach, Tom Croft, was here as well. And one of my coaches, Rob Dow from the University of Vermont, pushing me all those 4 years and whatnot. Also want to thank everyone back at UVM, my friends, teammates, and all the faculty on and off the field that have helped me to get to where I am and helped me as a young man. Also want to thank the Reds for giving me this opportunity, and thank the MLS. Thank you.
Brian Wright is the second player ever selected in the first round of a major U.S. sports draft out of the University of Vermont. The first came in the very first NBA draft in 1947 by the Baltimore Bullets. Larry Killick. They've had guys like
Yes, the
Jonathan
Baltimore
Blair,
Bullets
the
took the
NHL,
only
the
first-round player out of Vermont.
This young man right here and Larry Killick in 1947. So, greatest player in UVM history? Perhaps. There's the argument. Let's go back to the back. Susanna Collins as New York Red Bulls head coach, Jesse.
Thank you, Russ. All right, Jesse, let's talk about your pick. Zico, I just talked to this young man. He's got some fire in his belly. He's got
Yeah,
something
Zyko
to
Lewis has
prove.
that
What do
speed you look
Brian?
for.
Well, clearly it has personality, which you're always
And
looking for young guys
Awuya,
that aren't afraid and are up for
I
a
know
big
we're
challenge.
still writing the code for the picks. We're a little bit behind, but
His overall
we know
athleticism,
this is a great
solid
draft.
package,
Like,
speed,
we know that some of these teams have made awesome selections.
naturally fits into the style that we play. I think
And it's like, it's 4 minutes. It's not like NFL where it's 10 minutes to do the write-up. We know what we want to do. We're doing the best we can here.
I know you're going to hate this question, but this week has been eventful. It was kind of like, where's Waldo? Where's Jesse March? I'm going to give you an opportunity to kind of address that. Is your heart in New York?
Yeah, of course it is. I mean, all the reports that get thrown around to me are unfounded, and I'm unsure where everything's coming from. We're lucky at Red Bull to have other clubs in Europe and to share resources and to now, frankly, learn from them. So that's where I've spent a lot of this time this offseason, and I guess I understand why the rumors started. But I'm here in New York. I love this club. I love this team, and I'm here.
That's good news for New York. Jesse, thank you so much. Russ, back to you.
March has been the talk of the combine and the lobby of the JW Marriott here in LA in his absence. But here it is.
It looks like fake news has hit MLS now. It's like it's everywhere.
Question have rumors. Questions still remain about the Red Bulls stuff and what's going on here.
There's some stuff going on, believe me, in the Red Bulls right now. We'll figure it out. It will come out.
All right, here we go. Toronto FC has their pick in at number 21.
With the 21st pick of the first round of the 2017 MLS Super Draft, Toronto FC select from the University of Notre Dame defender Brandon Aubrey.
Brandon Aubrey may be the deepest drop of the first round from his projected selection. And here he is from the University of Notre Dame, taken by Toronto FC. What kind of player is Brandon Aubrey?
I'm a big fan of Brandon Aubrey. Played against him a number of times. I think his body of work at Notre Dame is much better than a couple of days at a combine. He's terrific in the air. Scored, I think, 11 goals this year for Notre Dame as a center back. He can win games for you on both sides there. I think what we saw this week was maybe not a great partnership at the back end. We saw some flaws defensively. But
So first off, I want to thank Toronto FC for taking a chance on me and drafting me. Make you guys proud.
Brandon Aubrey to Toronto, that's another pick I like, because I had him dropping after he got benched at the combine, but the value there is excellent value.
Holding me into the man on and off the field I am today. I want to thank the Dallas Texans as well, my youth club. There's a bunch of coaches there. I won't go into all their names, but you really did a great job of teaching me everything. And save the best for last, my family. My mom and dad were there. Always proud. Always supportive, even though they don't know anything about soccer. I love them. My fiance, Jen, you're beautiful, and I love you. And last but not least, my brother. He's always my role model. Without him, I know I wouldn't be here. I have no idea where I would be. Definitely not playing soccer. So thank you guys.
As Brandon Aubrey steps up the girlfriend game to fiance, he just set the line.
Man, oh man. We always track how these players end up from a soccer perspective. We never track how their relationships in terms of all their shout-outs during
Maybe we should.
That's something we should look at. But Toronto, the other thing with Toronto is if any organization should be able to smell a defender and find a defender with a staff of Greg Vanny and Dan Kalishman and Robin Frazier, 3 defenders, they should be the ones that can figure
figure out that
Well, and if
position.
you look at the defenders last year, you got Nick Hagman, Eric Zavaleta, and Udruko, and you got all college-based guys, and both Hagman and Zavaleta took some time to sort of find their way, but this was a group that took them to the MLS Cup final and apparently kept them being champions. So I think they've done their work on Brandon Aubrey. I think he'll fit in quite well there.
Yeah, and it's so funny with Toronto. You think of the big names, right? The Jamaicos, the Josies, the Michael Bradleys. Their entire back five are all drafted players last year, and then you include Michael Bradley in that group as well. 3 of those guys play, with the team they're in. So look, Toronto's a team that has built through the draft before. Brandon Aubrey is a guy who will be given a chance to continue that tradition.
He's also like a lot of center backs that get to this level where you've seen them play in one system in one situation where they're very, very good and obviously comfortable. Being in a comfortable situation for a center back makes them that much better. And so the question always is, all right, when they're getting in a new system, when they're facing players that are that much more athletic, in this case, can he deal with the one-on-one? Can he deal in isolation? All that stuff. Ultimately, you're not going to know until you throw him into that situation. But those are always going to be questions when it comes to all players, including center backs, taking them out of that comfortable position that they've been in.
Well, you look at Matt Beasley. He was a high draft pick when he came out. The system took a little while for him to find his niche at Sporting Kansas City. But Bobby Clark players become very tactically adept and also have high character. And I suspect that Brandon Aubrey's going to find his way, and I think he'll be the first to run at some point for TFC.
One of the individual highlights of his soccer career was a free kick that he scored in double overtime in a win against Stanford. I'm going to go out on a limb and say he won't take a free kick for Toronto FC.
I don't think so either with Giovinco. The big question with him, though, too, is Bobby Clark, who I think is a great coach, is one of the best in teaching how to play in a back four. Toronto last year shifted to a back three. How's he going to do in a back three versus a back four? That's going to be a little bit of an adjustment for him.
All right, it's just about time to wrap up the first round of the 2017 MLS Super Draft. The final pick of the first round, 22nd overall, is going to go to the defending MLS Cup champions, the Seattle Sound, unless they decide to move it. But
I'm looking at a Brian Madison. That's what I'm looking at.
Brian, who?
That's what I'm looking at.
Stanford, all right.
I know what you're saying. I don't know. I'm maybe looking at Justin Schmidt, the local kid, the Washington kid. I still think they need help on the flank. Maybe they're thinking something else. I know a guy that we're interested in that they thought they could get, even though they dropped, is off the board now. So I think that changes their thoughts.
All right. And interesting, no goalkeeper picked in the first round. We typically have goalkeepers go early because we have some good goalkeepers, and I'm surprised there hasn't been a goalkeeper selected. Of course, Seattle's not going to take one with Stefan Frey there.
But that second round, and they got a good backup in Tyler Miller. And a year ago, Tyler Miller, we took in the second round. Second round, I think you'll see 2 or 3 goalkeepers.
all right, but maybe not in this pick. It's the 22nd pick, the final pick of the first round, and we are waiting the arrival of the commissioner at the podium. The clock has run out, and here comes the commissioner with the pick.
Well, this is the last pick of the first round, and after this round, there'll be a 5-minute break and plenty more to go, many, many more rounds. And I want to thank everybody for their patience, both the draftees and their family, and the LA Galaxy supporters and LAFC supporters. You guys are doing a great job, but you got to hang in there, all right? With the 22nd and final pick of the first round of the 2017 MLS Super Draft, the Seattle Sounders select from Stanford University defender Brian Asinka. And unfortunately, Brian is not able to be here. 5-minute break, and then we start with the second round.
All right, Alexi, I'll let you have the first word on the guy you picked to be the selection of the Seattle Sound.
I just got to say, that's why I'm no longer the coach of the Sounders. I'm just got to move it.
Unless he has an intelligence network.
We all have intelligence there. Well, he's the second best center back, I think, behind Robinson when it comes to it. Great 1v1, great in the air. You talk about a player, and a lot of the players that come out great on the field, but I think also great on the field. It's a solid one.
All right, the first round of the Super Draft 2017 is in the books. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, the commissioner, Don Garber, joins us on set.
So basically, I'm giving every team an A grade. For the most part, these are all good picks. I did have Nanka Sinkum going in the second round, but Stanford won back-to-back championships, and Seattle likes him, so I'm not going to give them crap about that because Seattle has just done an awesome job over the past few years scouting players. And I'm actually pleasantly surprised for the most part that a lot of these teams are making smart, decisive selections. Not sure which guys are going to end up being good MLS players, which ones are going to be busts, but I like that a lot of teams are drafting for value. That's one thing that has really impressed me this year.
The game you love in your hand. Breaking news when it happens. All the best match highlights. Real-time stats. And live scores. Hundreds of live match streams. Follow your favorite clubs. Anywhere. Anytime. The newly designed MLS app. Download for free today.
And welcome back to the LA Convention Center. We are through one round of two here for the 2017 MLS Super Draft presented by Adidas. You can join in on the conversation with the hashtag SuperDraft on Twitter and also Instagram. And look, we started off with bang. Abu Danladi going first to Minnesota United, their first ever pick in Major League Soccer. After that, it was Atlanta's turn. Mike Robinson was the selection there. New York City FC making some trades, and here's a look of the first round. And Alexi Lalas, just general thoughts on what you've seen so far through one round.
Not a lot of surprises, and I think that the players that people predicted were the quality and the cream are the ones that ultimately have gotten picked. But as we said, it's easy to talk about these players, but we're looking forward to seeing how they adapt, not just how they adapt on the field, but how they adapt off the field to being a professional day in and day out. But ultimately, there's going to be a whistle, and that new season is going to start. We got somebody here that knows a little bit about that new season, right?
Yes, we do. We are back here at the Convention Center. Russ Thaler, Alexi Lalas, Ziggy Schmidt, and the Commissioner, Don Garber of Major League Soccer.
Happy New Year, guys. Happy New Year. Thanks for doing such a great job today.
Thanks for the pep talk at the end of the first round. You got to keep it up.
You know, it's 2 hour first round. I
Yeah,
mean,
2 hour first round, really good picks. It's a lot of smart, decisive decision making. And I do have my grades up for the back half of the first round, which we're going to get to right now because I've just been really trying to focus on trying to get everything updated. I'm a little bit behind, but I'm going to we got a break right now, so.
Something that we should all be really proud of.
One of the things that seems to be happening with Major League Soccer in this offseason and in the recent past is we see the DPs, the designated players, becoming younger and younger. And we see the league changing in that way. Ultimately, how do you envision these teams are going to look on the field for Major League Soccer as far as experience and age and name value?
Well, you know, I think you need all those things, right? So when Alexi was part of signing David Beckham, the goal was, you know, we needed to have players that would attract attention, that would give us credibility in the global market. And ultimately, it was more about less selling tickets than it was about sort of contributing on the field. Well, that's kind of become inverted. And now it's great to have players that can attract attention, sell tickets, and grow TV ratings. But higher quality soccer, we've learned from our fans who we've spoken to, that's what's going to allow them to engage more. And those who are not fans will start looking at us more because the quality of soccer being played is just better. And referentially, I'm sure we'll talk about this, hopefully starting to beat Mexico in the Champions League with a higher quality club will allow us to do that. So I think you will see, Russ, long answer, more names coming in. That's important. Every league does it, and we should too. But I do think you're going to start seeing more players like Ladero that Ziggy signed, who can show that this is that league of choice, that it is a place to come play, make a good living, attract some attention, and have fun at the same time.
Commissioner, it's not just a league of choice for foreign players that you want to have this happen. You also wanted to make a league of choice for the domestic players that we have here.
Let's talk a little bit just about the business and the economics. These are professional athletes that are looking to have a long career and to have success on the field, but also to make money. So when a young player comes out, if I was coming out right now, what would your pitch to me be in terms of the economic benefit, staying in Major League Soccer? Why is it going to pay me more ultimately? And whether that payment is just money or a combination of things, how would you talk to a young player right now?
Well, let's just start with money. Michael Bradley and Josie Altidore make more money playing in Major League Soccer, as we all know, than they would make if they were not playing here.
But we went to Europe, and they had that as that's why they were paid.
Dempsey did as well. So I don't know that Jordan Morris, Ziggy probably would know more than I would, whether he will be in MLS forever, like Landon was. Or Alexa, you came, you were gone, you came back, and whatever. So I think ultimately every player's got to make the decision as to what is the best pathway for their career and their lives. Finances, money's an aspect of it. How you want to live, where you want to be. Do you want to be close to your family? Do you want to live in a place like Seattle or LA, New York? Do you want to live in Shanghai? Right, all those things go into that equation. What I will say is I look up there when I'm shaking a kid's hand, and the minimum that they're making is $90,000, $100,000. The generation Adidas guys are making way more than that. That's a lot of money for anybody. And so they're coming in, and the financial aspect really isn't the issue today as it was many years ago. The issue is, are they going to be able to play at Dortmund? And is that better for their career than playing for your Red Bulls?
And as we move forward as a league, obviously expanding the league and adding teams is something that's been an important component. It also expands our TV map, per se, which is very, very important. What kind of timeline do you see? Are we growing too fast? Or, do you want
and Nick DePie had great tape. There is no question this pick is a steal, but is he going to play forward or defense in the MLS? That's really the only question we have here, because this is a two-way player, a forward/defender.
We need to grow to create the momentum that we need to show that we are a league that is on the rise. So when you're talking to a parent, you can say, this is a league that you want to be a part of, and it will be bigger, better, and more valuable for you and for the country in the future than perhaps it is now. I do worry that at some point we don't look back and say we did it too fast. And that's something that we've got to be sure we're mindful of. And I believe our owners and I believe our staff are spending the right amount of time on strategy and on effective execution to be sure that we don't look back at some point and say that we didn't get it right.
Well, on this opening weekend coming up, God, it's like 2 months away, not less than 2 months away.
I'm exhausted already.
We're going to get to see those teams, though. We'll get to see Minnesota and Atlanta. Portland, Minnesota is that first game on Friday night. What do you hope to see? Look, we've seen expansion teams struggle out of the gate in Major League Soccer, all except Seattle having made postseason. What kind of expectations do you have for these new teams coming?
It's an interesting question for us. You sit around our board table with owners that own maybe 4 or 5 teams in other leagues, and they say that when you come into the league, you really are going to struggle, and that's the way it ought to be, right? Because they have systems that almost ensure that to happen. But MLS, I'm not sure. Listen, we're close to Iggy, and I'm close to the ownership. They made the playoffs every year, and they won the championship. I think if you go about doing it right, you ought to be able to win. The challenge is when you come in, you don't have the experience, right? And the talent pool of executives and perhaps the owners that come in have not gone through the process of being able to have the experience perhaps that Joe Rob and Adrian have that capability. I'm really curious to see how Atlanta does. Atlanta's made a decision we want to compete for the championship. Minnesota has the same aspiration, but they're going about it a different way. And I think that kind of dynamic is going to be interesting for all of us to look at. I will say, to kind of close the loop on this question, it's not good when teams don't do well, but not everybody can win. It's a zero-sum game. Every game you go to, somebody's losing, right? So you got to have losing teams if you're going to have winning teams.
Yeah, and Brian Wright, it's a good pick. We're still on the first round. There might be some second-round action going on pretty soon, but
Minnesota United has taken a timeout, which has given us more time with the commissioner. So let's
Awesome. So Minnesota United taking a timeout here. So I'm good.
The amount of the allocation that is being traded. This was a decision that we made. We applaud it. We applaud it. Are we going to see? First off, that's going to continue through the year, I'm assuming. Okay, that's going to continue. Anything else in terms of this transparency as you start to open up some things for people out there that are watching to see be able to touch things?
I think, I don't know how many people are watching or listening, whether this shows up on social media, but I found out that the allocation money was going to be announced when Todd and Lino DePulo, our player guys, came and said, hey, guess what, Commissioner, as part of announcing allocation money, so it's not something I'm focusing on. I think we've got to do more. The struggle inside baseball discussion is, when we talk about it, our guys say, hey, we might be, the fan might want it, the stovetop stuff might want it, but ultimately it hurts our clubs and their ability to be able to have information that will allow them to be more competitive or help them in their negotiations with Europe or the negotiations internally, maybe even the negotiation with the player. But I think you're going to see more and more. I think that it's going to be forced on those who want it to not happen. And today's a good example.
We'll take the baby steps. You mentioned Champions League. We don't have time to get to it, but you said earlier today in one of your talks that the schedule will be changing for Champions League and that Liga MX is in on it. So we all look forward very much to what that is going to turn out to be. Commissioner, thank you very much. The second round's underway. We're going to send you back to work. Minnesota United are on the clock, and they're looking to make a splash in their first season in MLS.
Take it, Chris White chasing off the ball, but score. Alan Willie from a deep angle, and the Strikers take a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, the screen where I work on the site is taking a few minutes to load. But yeah, in the meantime, I will reload the MLS draft grades. Odoy Atsum did not have motor. That's my problem with that pick for DC United. Reagan Dunk went to Denver. Reagan Dunk went to Real Salt Lake. This is a guy I had a top 5 grade on, and he fell to 13. Sam Hamilton's a guy I had a 4th round grade on, but Colorado scouted him in their backyard. Zyko Lewis to 17. That is a good selection.
Get ready for the Loons in 2017. Minnesota United is on the clock, and the pick is just about in. Time to get you to the podium. Todd Durbin will be calling the second round here.
Shit. Yeah, I screwed up the code. So it's going to take a few minutes to reload those picks.
2017 MLS Super Draft. Minnesota United select Wake Forest University goalkeeper Alec Farrell.
Wow. Alec Farrell was my top-ranked goalie, but he got injured during the MLS Combine. I'm actually surprised Minnesota got this right.
I think he absolutely has a chance to stick with this team because I don't think they have a keeper yet. But yeah, he's a guy who projects to me as a long-term player, not necessarily a starter, but a guy who can give you minutes here and there for the next decade.
Keeper here, and not exactly the keeper necessarily. Maybe something to do with combine performance.
I think everybody I talked to thought he was the best keeper.
At the combine or in college?
No, in college, because he wasn't there at the combine, so he didn't impact it. But everybody I talked to felt he was number one.
Yes, he was number 1. Back in March when I did a rough draft in my first MLS mock, I had Alec Farrell going in the late first round. So yes, this is the best goalie in the draft. Period.
He's the name that I started seeing a lot more as the top keeper, but here comes Alec Farrell.
I mean, I think Ziggy's right that at the start of the year, most had Farrell as the number 1. Planowski kind of overtook him. But Planowski had a shocker at the combine. He really did. And I think it's coming back to bite him a little bit. That said, he does have the tools to be an MLS keeper, but he's going to have to sort of rebuild his own confidence wherever he ends up in preseason.
All right, so Minnesota's made their pick. Colorado's on the clock. And Jonathan wants to know who the best players still in. Okay, best players still available in the draft.
Justin Schmidt, the center back.
Yeah, a lot of the center backs, Walker Hume dropped to second, Justin Schmidt. These were players that had good combines, and they're still here.
Francis DeVries, the Zealand second defender, got a nice left foot. He doesn't look the part. He looks skinny. He looks like he's going to be pushed around. And I think that that's being held against him a little bit. But to me, he was quicker than I expected. And then the other one is Napo Matsoso from Soto, University of Kentucky. Working at his green card.
All right, the pick is in. This is number 24 overall. Second pick, second round, Colorado Rapids.
With the second pick of the second round of the 2017 MLS Super Draft, Colorado Rapids select from Syracuse University, defender Liam Callahan.
Liam Callahan did not get an invite to the MLS Combine yet. He is a guy that Soccer by Ives had a first-round grade on. He is a great defender, very underrated on tape. He's one of those outside back players. He's lined up at center back a few times, but he's a better outside back at the MLS. And it's a good pick. I was surprised he went this early, but it's a good selection.
So if you see a guy who can kick a ball with his left foot and has done it in the ACC for a couple of years, it's probably worth taking a block.
Why is it a problem? Why is that a problem?
To find left-footed guys, I think for one, but it's really a problem because whenever we have a left-footed player, we think of him to be as being more of a creative guy. Keep pushing forward and put him more into those kind of situations. And having a guy who can attack out the left outside back is so much more of an important position in the modern game because the outside backs see the ball so much more. So having a left back who can be successful. I remember my years in Columbus. I was able to bring in an Argentinian left back, Padula, and he changed our entire team because he was able to find our key player with the ball. So if you can get a left back who can find that and hit those passes, but those are few and far between the college side.
But the development of it, that goes back to the fundamentals in the grassroots in terms of having coaches that can make that position look sexy to a young player and say, hey, this is okay. And by the way, you can be incredibly valuable. That's sometimes it's a hard sell for a younger player.
It is. It's another. It's like the shortstop thing in baseball or some of the center thing in hockey. That the best player is always going to be put at the position where you see most of the ball as a youth player. And so every kid in U.S. Canadian soccer grows up as either a center midfielder or a center forward. So nobody becomes a fullback until they're 17, 18, 19 years old. So the development curve's a little steeper and a little later.
But that's not necessarily the worst thing. And I'll use an example, a player you know really well, Greg Vanny. Greg Vanny came to me at UCLA as an attacking midfielder. Didn't want to play left back. When he realized he wasn't going to get off the field because we had a guy named Joe Max Moore, he said, hey, left back doesn't sound so bad, and made himself a really nice career there. So it's not so bad that they're moving at 17, 18. Sometimes it takes too long for them. They're moving when they're 23, 24, and have some rights to play.
And they're too good at that level, the knowledge level, then you get to the pro, there is a step up. That's what happens. Look, the next pick, United, it used to be Chicago Fire's pick. Minnesota has.
Yeah, I've got to look up Siggy Schmidt. I forget how to spell his last name. This is pathetic.
Team in MLS building through the draft. Lots of picks, and here comes their second.
All right, that I believe it's just Siggy Schmidt.
Different way that at building their team, and not just building their team, but the messages that they are. You had Atlanta, big, bold, arrogant, spending a lot of money, and in doing so, raising expectations. You got Minnesota being a little bit more, shall we say, small. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but certainly in comparison to Atlanta. And ultimately, as we said, that whistle will blow, and it will be interesting to see how that manifests itself on the field in terms of the ability of both of these teams, and off the field in terms of how those communities gravitate and embrace them. Which one is more interesting to you? Atlanta. Yeah, it was, and it still remains to be Atlanta. The only thing, well, not the only thing interesting, but I think the best thing right now when it comes to Minnesota is the Loons, the actual rain. It's awesome. I think it is. I like Batman and Robin. We just saw Ibarra and Ramirez, guys that are familiar to the fans of Minnesota. They'll have something to grasp onto immediately, something that from the past they can bring into the present and future. Yeah, but will the past work for the future? Hard to know. Yeah. And that's going to be something to see for sure. Adrian Heath, guy who was the head coach of Orlando City at the start of 2016, is now the coach of Minnesota United FC. Is there anyone else who's ever been the first coach of two different teams in the league?
I don't think anybody has, but it's a good thing for Minnesota because Adrian probably he's obviously been through this experience before, so he can take what he learned from that experience and apply it now, which should make, for a big help for Minnesota as they approach the season, because their approach is different than Atlanta. Atlanta went up and here we are, there's the fireworks, take a look at us, and Minnesota's going the other way.
And I get the feeling that man right there will have learned from both the mistakes and the differences that he experienced in Orlando. Yeah. It really just wasn't the fit. It's certainly not the fit as those changes have continued to happen off the field, certainly in terms of how they're going their business.
Well, what you learn from Orlando, don't let Kaká make you side his friends.
Philadelphia is calling a 4-minute timeout.
You're not going to have that problem.
That's all it is, gentlemen.
Thank God for Philadelphia calling a 4-minute timeout.
That contract number. So I think that is part of what appealed to Adrian Heath about the Minnesota job. There's not going to be any one player maybe has more sway with the.
So it's Nana Sinkum.
But every coach has to deal with cooks in the kitchen and people meddling.
Are you telling me that there are egos in sports?
I'm going to say it's one of the most difficult things that a coach has to deal with.
Exactly. You've got to deal with all that. You've got to be able to satisfy everybody. But on the same token, as a coach, you've got to stay true to your line and true to the direction you want to take. And I think Adrian Heath likes the idea. I mean, every coach can get excited and say, hey, and you're going to spend $9 million to buy me a DP. Hey, that's fantastic. But, there's also a challenge and a certain joy in saying, hey, I can find players that maybe have been overlooked, maybe have been bypassed. I can make this guy a better player. There's some gems here.
So, yeah, we've got our draft grades up for the first round. And we'll start working on that second round pretty shortly here as we shift gears. And, yeah, Corey Hayes, the best player on the board. So I understand all of these picks. I understand the reasoning why a lot of these teams drafted for value. The only team that really screwed up today is Houston. Chicago traded out of that number 3 spot, but they got some allocation money. They took Daniel Johnson because they were impressed with his combine. I get that.
You can't say that. You're saying I'm building this. Okay, we're in a timeout right now. It's the goodest time in any. We actually got a little bit of a treat yesterday. Former LA Galaxy head coach, current U.S. national team head coach Bruce Arena's here with the January camp with the national team, and Susanna Collins caught up with him yesterday.
Yeah, we'll promote this through Facebook later.
National team head coach got a couple training sessions in. What's it like being back? Is it kind of like riding a bike?
It is a little bit. It's a great honor, and obviously it's a different time, but it's very similar in some ways to my last 8 years of the national team. I'm real pleased to be back.
Different this time around. How have you evolved as a coach and just as a person?
Well, I think anybody from year to year they grow, and hopefully in a positive way. And my experiences the last 10 years coaching in the league has been fantastic. I've gotten to coach some very prominent players. It's been good experience for me. I've experienced having some successful teams, and I think all of that stuff carries over. So hopefully I'm better prepared this time around to lead the national team.
Well, you talk about some high-profile players, Michael Bradley, about the energy in camp right now and how excited he is to have the opportunity to play for you again. When you first got this group together, what was your message to the team?
Well, certainly I was going to give everyone an opportunity, but I thought it was important that we started immediately to develop the right kind of chemistry and be a team, because I felt at the end of 2016 and in the qualifying games, the U.S. team didn't look like the U.S. team in the past. And we want to build a team concept, have guys work together, be good teammates, and
Whitecaps winger Kakuta Mane this week got his U.S. citizenship, so he is now one step closer to being eligible to play for the U.S. men's national team.
Yeah, I am a little bit behind, so I am going to try to.
When you look at his skill set, the type of player that he is, what do you think he would bring to the squad?
Well, Kakuta's dominant quality is his pace. He can run past players with and without the ball. And I saw that as the coach of the Galaxy. It happened a couple of times. He's a threat. He can stretch teams out. And I think that kind of pace is something that our national team needs as well.
Let's talk a little World Cup qualifying. You've brought the U.S. to 2 World Cups. You're going for your 3rd. Not in an ideal position right now. Some tough losses to Mexico and Costa Rica, but a chance to kind of turn it all around in March. You've got games against Panama, Honduras. In camp right now, what are you looking to kind of figure out to help you in those games?
Well, really, it's important that I evaluate this pool of players. And we want to win the 2 games of playing in January and the beginning of February. And just set the right tone and give us a little bit of momentum as we go into the games in March. But really, I need to evaluate these 30-some-odd players that are Major League Soccer players and see how they can fit in or project how they can help us in 2017, whether it's qualifiers in March or June or even the Gold Cup this summer.
As you just mentioned, all MLSers in this camp. And as somebody who has spent the better part of the last decade in MLS, how important is it for guys who play in this country domestically to be a part of the U.S. men's national team? And how do you see that sort of propelling the growth of soccer in the United States?
Well, I think 2/3 of our pool are domestic players, Major League Soccer players. And I think if our national team is going to grow to where we want to grow and to challenge globally, our domestic league needs to be stronger. We have very good players here, and we have to make that statement and insist on that. And then we got to get the job done on the field. So I'm a big believer in these players, and hopefully they play an important role in the U.S. qualifying for Russia in 2018.
Bruce, thank you so much. Good luck with the rest of camp.
Thank you.
Lots to chew on there, but let's get back to the draft for a second here. Minnesota's on the clock. You heard Todd Durbin say Philadelphia called the timeout. Perhaps there's some maneuvering going on here. Let's get up to the podium and see what's going on here. This is the 3rd pick in the 2nd round, 25th overall. Minnesota already made a move to get this pick from the Chicago Fire. And again, the Philadelphia Union are the ones that called the timeout.
Yeah. Timeouts in the 2nd round of the draft. I think there should be some sort of penalty for that, guys, don't you?
No. They're trying to make, maybe Philadelphia saying, hey, we're trying to get a work. We're trying to get a deal here.
Yeah, that's definitely what happened.
They're running through everything. They are deciphering the hieroglyphics.
It looks like the trade form was
Paperwork.
filled out correctly.
Paperwork killing it.
Exactly.
We said we're new to this. We're new to this. Right? This is our first time.
It's our first time.
So we've only missed 2 picks in the 2nd round, and they got Liam Callahan out of Syracuse, which is a good pick. I'm just not sure if I had a full 3rd or 4th round grade on him. I'm trying to double check my information here because I want to get this right. I don't want to screw this up.
Have somebody who's probably in their top 10 or 12 on their draft board who has suddenly fallen home. Yeah. Who would be? I see Schmidt from UW. I can see Naho Soso from University of Kentucky, who I think like the deep mid, Baldwin or central midfield, which maybe they lack a little bit, but I'm not sure.
Right, here it comes. Todd Durbin to take me to the podium. He'll explain everything.
Involving Minnesota United and Philadelphia Union. Minnesota United has traded the 3rd pick of the 2nd round to Philadelphia in return for the 20th pick in the second round and $50,000 of 2018 general allocation money. And with the 3rd pick of the 2nd round of the 2017 MLS Super Draft, Philadelphia select from the University of South Florida forward Marcus Epps.
All right, so it's Marcus Epps, the eventual draft pick here, and he's going to the Philadelphia Union.
More winger than forward to me. I think
I'm guessing that means the 42nd pick because Garber said the 20th pick in the 2nd round. I'm guessing that means the Minnesota United traded down to 42.
To me, he has explosiveness going north-south. He struggled to find his wing back, or his fullback rather, on the overlap. But I thought there were a lot of times in both before USF and at the combine, where he sort of had a little bit of tunnel vision. We needed to be a little more aware of field around.
Individually, I think he has great skills. I like his technical ability on the ball. A little bit surprised that Minnesota gave up the draft pick for a little bit of money and pick next year, because as an expansion team, you really don't need a hell of a lot of money. You've got a lot of money. So, that was surprising to me. But Epps is technically a very, very good player. His productivity sometimes doesn't match his activity, but he's definitely technically a very, very good player with good pace.
How worrisome is that when the productivity doesn't match the activity? Is the activity ultimately useful?
No, you want to see production at the end of the day. I mean, if a guy gets close, it's what I call ooh-ah players. You go ooh-ah. And you sort of, ooh-ah players, cause people to lose jobs. And so you don't want to have that happen.
Indiana Jones shoots the guy. It's all the dancing and all the movement, and then boom, that's it. You got to,
You want Indiana Jones,
get to
not
the chorus. Philadelphia Union's a team that we haven't heard from them yet today. We haven't heard a whole lot from Philadelphia in the offseason, but Ernie Stewart said we're not done yet. So what's going on?
Well, they got the young Dutch left back, which was a big need for them, and they got Jay Simpson, a center forward, who I assume is coming in to start, given that he's a TAM player. I think they're still shopping for a number 6, because Brian Carroll is he's in the last act of his career. I think Warren Peralta's a good player, but he's maybe not as dynamic a player in terms of his passing through the game as they need at that spot. I think there's one big move to come from him.
I think there might be 2 moves in midfield, because I think they need a couple of midfielders. Because obviously with the departure of Barnett as well, that opens up a little bit of a hole there. Carroll's near the end, Barnett on playing up higher. But I have a lot of faith in Ernie. I've known him. Lexi's known him for a long time. He's very calculated.
So Alec Farrell, Liam Callahan. I'm giving this a B grade because he's a first to third round pick.
I'm doing this, I'm doing that. But every day he gets a little further in his way.
You believe that this was worth
And this is a pick. Minnesota. I'm gonna adjust the Minnesota-Philadelphia trade, and then I'm gonna get the third pick up. But there's a lot of good picks here. I mean, Marcus Epps was a reach. Nazim Bartman's a better prospect. I'm probably gonna give the Union.
I don't think Philly gave up very much to get this pick.
Yeah, they really didn't.
I don't think 50K is that much in the 2018 draft choice. I think
And it's really.
and Minnesota didn't really ask for that much.
How much of it, though, is maybe Alexi, you can speak to this, having been a GM. How much of it is sometimes you just want your fans to see you do something?
Question. Optics are cute.
And let's go back to the podium here, the 4th pick of the second.
We have a trade to announce involving Toronto FC and the Chicago Fire. Toronto FC have traded the 4th and 5th picks in the second round of the 2017 MLS Super Draft to the Chicago Fire in return for $75,000 of targeted allocation money.
Wow.
And with the 4th pick of the second round of the 2017 MLS Super Draft, Chicago Fire select the University of Louisville goalkeeper Stefan Cleveland.
So let's just go back here for a second. Originally, Chicago had the 3rd pick of the second round. They worked a trade with Minnesota.
This draft, Chicago is just.
Now they have the 4th pick after trading with
I'm
Toronto.
sorry, but Chicago is just screwed up so badly.
The goalkeeper.
I mean, he's played for one of the best.
I just think it's so pathetic how Chicago gave up this much and got this little in return.
Which is fine if that's what you're looking for. Giving up $75,000 worth of TAM, I think that's actually
You're giving Toronto $75,000 for a third-round goalie. That's the problem here.
I don't want to say big time, but an influential playmaking midfielder, and they don't have any DP spots left, so they need to get as much TAM as they possibly can. 2 second-round picks.
Was the 250 in the first round that Chicago got TAM?
They've been hoarding tan and gam for about 100 years now. I mean, going back to the Jermaine Jones coin flip. So
it's definitely there. I mean, obviously Toronto didn't lose much, so by them giving away these 2 picks, and they weren't going to do much, with these picks anyway.
And this is where having an academy like in the second team, Toronto knows they're going to fill out their roster with guys they've been, for the last 4 or 5 years. Great, but you don't need those second round picks as you did with the TFC. You need the TAM though if they want to go out and get a number 10 who can, lead to them lifting that MLS.
That sort of leads to a greater question: as the academy teams blossom, as the USL affiliates of these MLS teams blossom, how long do you see the draft lasting for?
25 picks into the draft here, and it's not just now. It's probably already happened earlier where teams are doing that assessment, saying, you know what, we're not going to get anything that is equal, comparable to what we already have within our system, and so we'll just go out and use the picks, whether it's multiple picks or 1 pick at a time, and get that return. It's already four rounds right now. I mean, I think it's too big just in terms of the number of players, and I think it's too big in terms of the rounds. I think it's going to shrink to 3 rounds once you have the next set of expansion. So with the next set of expansion, I think you can see it go back to 3 rounds.
But we have 2 rounds today, and we're just really at the top here of the second round. And Chicago Fire are going to have another pick going back to back. I'm almost surprised that pick isn't in yet. You think we get 2 straight picks and kind of have an idea.
And with all these trades happening here, that's the biggest reason I haven't updated the code on the site yet.
Thank you, Russ. All right, Greg, you made some moves today. You picked up Brandon Aubrey. How do you feel your draft day is going so far?
Very well. We wanted to come in. We had our eye on a couple different center backs. It's good to see Brandon drop, not for him, but for us. But now he's with us, so we got what we needed out of that. And whenever you have the opportunity in the second round to pick up some extra cash to maybe get some deals done on the other side, then it's something to consider. And that's where we went. And also, we really like what we have coming through our academy. And so there's always different things that you measure your opportunities with. And we made a deal, and now we're done for the day.
It was only just over a month ago that we were in Toronto for Cup, and I know that it was such a tough loss for you guys. And after the incredible season that you had, a month on, what are your takeaways from this season? And have you kind of come to peace with how it all went down?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the good news is that they don't give you a lot of time for you to, be in your sorrow, to feel bad for yourself. So immediately you have to get on to start preparing for the next year, and that's what we did. I mean, for us, it's motivation. We thought we played well. We thought we did enough to put ourselves or give ourselves a chance to win. We didn't, and we're going to use it as motivation to push ourselves to be better next year. And I think that's important. We like our starting points going into next year, and today was about adding a couple of good young guys to our system and trying to make our team a little bit better, and obviously picking up a little bit of money. And we're looking forward to getting started. Our guys are hungry.
Thank you so much, Greg. Russ, back to you.
All right, Greg Manning there with Susanna Collins, Russ Taylor here with Alexi Lawless, and the returning Sasha Swarovski joining us here as the second round continues. Sasha, as a guy who's been in the college game forever, what do you make of teams deciding, you know what, we're kind of done. We traded these picks. We're done. We're only a few picks into the second round.
I think that's really done. I think that you have an opportunity here to add some value to your team. We've had so many good second rounds.
So the 5th pick of the second round of the 2017 MLS Super Draft, the Chicago Fire select the University of Delaware forward
Guillermo
Delgado.
This is a guy I mocked to Chicago at number 11. This is actually Chicago's best pick.
You want it out. You don't get a guy like Guillermo Delgado.
He's a terrific player. We've played against him for 3 years. He's got exceptional pace.
Yeah, he is a good player.
His game, he can finish in the air, he can finish with his feet. He's got to still get a little better. He built up play, but this is the kind of player you pick up late. I can see Guillermo Delgado playing a lot of minutes for Chicago this year. He's a terrific player. And back to your point, there's good players out there. Do your work. Find the nuggets.
Here with Delgado, a Spaniard, walking up to the podium, and here we go. Let's hear from him.
I would like to thank, obviously, all my family, especially my parents who are back in Spain. Unfortunately, They have to work, so they couldn't follow me here. But if they could, they would be here as they have been along all of my life, growing up in a soccer country. Coming over to the U.S., it's been a pleasure. 4 years in Delaware. I also want to thank, obviously, my coaches in Delaware, my teammates. Without them, obviously, I wouldn't be able to be here and be able to pursue my dream, which is playing soccer for a living. So, again, my parents, the most important thing in my life. Again, my girlfriend who flew from Delaware all the way here to be with me as well. And I'm very glad. Also, thank you a lot to Chicago. It's a beautiful city, great staff and great coaches. And I'm excited and thrilled to give everything I have on the field during the next year. Thank you very much.
So the Fighting Blue Hen is on his way to Chi-Town. What were you
It's a tough sell getting the girlfriend to fly out to LA from Delaware in the middle.
Hey! Lay off the first state.
70 degrees yesterday.
Yeah, Delaware is the first state. But after only other athlete I can think of from Delaware that's even as close to as awesome as Delgado is Joe Flacco, and that's because he won a Super Bowl. But yeah.
He does a lot of the same stuff that I think Michael DeLuke does, not at that level, but maybe even a little quicker. As Sasha said, the kid's got runners.
Exceptional pace. I mean, the scoreboard's been the player of the year, Colonial Conference for the last couple of years. I think Joe Holland, a ready-made first-team players in MLS. Joe Holland can house for two of the best players.
I mean, I'm expecting San Jose to go center back here because there are so many good center backs on the board. Hume, Schmidt, Wilson, and there was an expectation they'd go that way in the first round. And all of those guys are still on the board at 28.
It's huge. San Jose Earthquakes are up and the pick is in.
The 6th pick of the second round of the 2017 MLS Super Draft, San Jose Earthquakes select from the University of South Florida, midfielder Lindo Mafeka.
Got a good look at Lindo Mafeka yesterday at the combine, the last day.
He's like tricky in tight spaces and just really, really good on the ball. Able to get out of trouble, and as we see right here, that's a goal with his off foot. So he can, he knows where the net is. I question whether the end product is going to be there enough. I think that the talent to become someone who thinks the end product is there, but they're going to have to work on that.
The challenge is being a number 10. Really, at the MLS level is very difficult. There's so many aspects of it. You have to be good at this, including production. We saw a couple of goals that to the end product as well. He's a gifted passer. And I think you have to adjust his game a little bit to get on the field. But his left foot is special. We saw right-footed goal. He's got a special left foot. Good guys in. Sometimes he just needs to make the play good. It needs to happen now when he wants it to happen. I think the timing of his passing has to get a little better.
All right, let's get you back to the back. Susanna Collins with Minnesota United head coach Adrian.
Thank you, Russ. All right, Adrian. First pick, you get Abu Danladi. Was this always your guy? Was this always going to be your number one?
I think there was a few players that we were looking at, but I think pretty much common knowledge that everybody thought he was probably the most talented kid in the draft. But for me, we spent about an hour with him, and so his talent. Two questions to Santa Barbara or LA, and he was adamant that he just wanted to go and play football. So, coupled with his ability, I thought he was a great fit for us.
As your roster kind of starts to take shape, to rumors, a name that's been thrown out there, a guy that you're very familiar with, what else are you sort of looking to add?
That's what that will come time. What we've been trying to focus on now is starters, so by the time we get to the 25th Arizona in the preseason, we'll edit it out pretty much.
And this is your 44th day since being a British head coach. It's been about 13 days in Minnesota. At this point, how anxious are you to just get started?
Well, not that I'm counting, by the way. That was somebody reminding me how many days I've been in
Minnesota, but with all the travel and Christmas coming on and the combine here, you know, I just want to get back on the grass and working with the players because that's what we all end up doing. So, you know, after this weekend, back up to Minnesota and let's get planning.
Thank you so much, Adrian. Respect you.
All right, Susanna, thank you very much. And lots to do for Minnesota United. But he says he thinks he's going to have his whole squad ready to go by the time preseason starts. So he's there. He set the benchmark. He's got to have 11 by the time. I guess that's fair enough.
No, it's absolutely true. I've researched it.
You know, good. You have a whole experience on it. All right, Vancouver Whitecaps are up next year in the second round. 7th pick of the second round, 29th overall. The bottom of the Whitecaps, so second pick of the draft so far. Another team that probably underperformed in 2016. Yeah. So what needs to get better?
Well, they need to have DPs who do what DPs are supposed to do. Pedro Morales was not as good in year 3 as he had been in year 1 and the first half of year 2. They still don't have a number 9 that puts the ball in the net with any consistency. And those are, no matter what they do right here, those are the 2 spots that they need to upgrade. Now, the other spot was right back, which I think they got between Jacob Rubinsky and signing Shannon Williams. So I think they hit the one big thing in defense. The big questions now are central midfield and center forward.
That should be good on the wing, though. Guatemala's coming back at the broken foot at the end of the year. It was 15 games. So they won't hurt them.
Alfonso Davies as well.
Yeah.
Christian Teixeira. They have talent on the wings. They need that a couple of pieces to sort of conduct an alternate midfield and tie it all together.
They got to do it this year. I think that Carl Robinson, I think that an organization is going to be under pressure to do it. And they stuck with him. They believe that this is the right way to go, but they're only going to be patient for so long.
I'd be surprised if it's a center back that they pick right now. I think they need a little bit of depth at the center back position.
I heard it was Todd Durbin with the pick.
The 7th pick of the second round of the 2017 MLS Super Draft, Vancouver Whitecaps FC select from St. Francis University, defender Francis Freeze.
Francis Freeze from St. Francis, Pennsylvania.
Freeze. Yeah, part of his name there. He's a guy I like at the combine. Like I said, big center back, left footed, got a team. He will get pushed around. And I think that's pretty well founded, but he's a guy who's definitely worth a look at this point.
He's going to talk. He's upset. A few quick words of thanks. Thank you to my parents. For inspiring me. Person, proud of you, bro. Done your job. A few clubs I've been through. Kefir Wanderers, my youth club. Fred Simpson, thank you very much. Asian Pacific Football Academy, Gio Roll, and sort of staff at FC Basel Youth Academy. America. Thanks to everybody at St. Francis University, my professors, the athletic department, the parents that gave me a house to stay when I didn't have anywhere to go. My parents who will be here, Anthony Morley assistant, and Paulo Neto for his last 2 years. They all helped me become much better players, as you can watch in the video. Dan Duggan, thanks for being here. Gary Parsons, my real teammates. Lastly, to my agents, Mike Nitty, thank you very much for and teammates over the years. Better. Thank you, Vancouver.
It's DeVries from New Zealand. Look, we have a lot of Uniteds in this league now. We need some Wanderers. I mean, Detroit Wanderers. How about that? Detroit Wanderers.
Yeah, and I'm still working on got the Alec Farrell grade up, and you're looking at this as well. Yeah, I'm still on TalkShoe. We're into the 3rd hour on TalkShoe, and TalkShoe only gives you 5 hours to record the Super Draft. I think we're going to get through this. We're midway through the second round. I'm getting some grades, some picks up. I think we're going to get through this, but we're going to see what ends up happening. So This is going to end at 7:48. I'm going to try to get this done by 7, but I'm not sure where we're going to stand here. I was going to give Minnesota a B+ grade because I love the value. I love that they look past Farrell, but the durability is a concern. But Minnesota is looking past the durability concerns with both Alec Farrell and Abu Denladi. So we're either going to look back on this draft and we're going to praise Minnesota for looking past the medical concerns, or we're going to criticize them for not doing what people expected them to do. That's the bottom line.
About 18 months ago, Houston and Orlando worked out a trade for this pick. Comes to fruition right now.
With the 8th pick of the second round of the 2017 MLS Super Draft, Houston Dynamo select from the University of Tulsa, goalkeeper Jake McGuire.
Jake McGuire didn't get an MLS Combine invite, yet he is a guy that I had a third round grade on, early third, but this is another reach by Houston. It's just not a smart pick. Houston Dynamo are just completely whiffing this draft, passing on opportunity after opportunity. And it's like, it's not smart drafting. Scary thing is the Portland Timbers could get one of the defensemen, one of the center backs at their pick, and it would end up being a huge steal. There is still a lot of first-round talent on the board here. I don't know why teams aren't trying to leapfrog and jump up to get these players. Computer's so slow.
Thank you to everybody who's
But yeah.
Throughout the years, and thank you. Excited you for work.
All right, here's a look at Jake McGuire.
I might just X out these first and second rounds because I've got everything I want updated.
He's brave. He stays upright, but he should stay upright. I don't think he's super quick off his line, but he makes the saves that he should make, which is kind of job one. He's a goalkeeper.
Yeah. Think of David Bingham. He's a terrific athlete. He probably still needs a little.
So yeah, this was a good pick.
Tom McIntosh also really loves him and to see the progression. He's not ready to step in as big. Before he gets to the number 2, it could be another at some point in his career.
USA product, USA catalog, which is kind of cool. Good feet, which is important nowadays in the game. If you're a coach and you can have a goalkeeper, you have confidence playing, and your players have confidence playing around, that much the better.
Never mind. Hold on. We got a coding error in the first round. I was going to X those out to save space, but we found an error, and it's like. Damn it. Not last modified. I want the most recent stuff. Jeez.
As well in terms of agility at the combine are the ones who drop. The guys who rose in the draft are the ones who showed the ability to keep up.
Come on. Load, MFer. I'm trying to be calm. I'm trying to. But it's like we're so far behind on these picks. We actually need to correct our errors. We actually need to take the time to perfect what we're doing. I'm trying to keep my calm here. I really am, but I'm upset with my performance. It's just I'm doing a little better with being calm this year, but it's like
I like him, but literally every team in the league passed on him, so I'm not sure how much value. It might make it easier though to trade Pike Mara, because if you have Josie Altidore as your number 9, maybe have Ryan Wright as your backup number 9, and then Pike Mara becomes a useful trade chip.
Josie Altidore, former second round pick. What about the center backs?
Yeah, but second round, like the 12th.
Look at the strikers.
Hendo Mafika, Francis DeVries, Jake McGuire. And we're just using this to keep track of the picks. That's the only reason we have all this stuff updated. Load. What do I have to do to get you to load? I mean, Jesus. Likes that out. But, like, load. Okay. I'm behind. I'm 10 picks. I'm almost 10 picks behind in the second round. And I need to write the code. This is really pissing me off. I'm at the point where I'm just going to use the Dell computer and not give a fuck. Thank you. Thank you. Because I do have a second computer, and it's just like, it's got so much open that if the computer doesn't do what I want, I have the leverage to shift gears. I can still come back and work on this computer, but it's like, shit. God damn it. Jesus Christ. Load. Load, you asshole. Let me click the logo, let me click the player, and let me update. Let me revise the grammar error I had. Stop acting like a moron. And load. I know I have too much stuff open, but I need to get this right. I don't care if my web page is unresponsive. You're a computer, you're going to do what I tell you to do. Shit. I'm going to close this Gmail. I'm trying to figure out what I want to close, what I have the luxury of closing. All right, so we'll close those few things because this is bullshit. When you're 6, 7 picks behind and you have a grammar error, which we should have double checked. That's my fault. I'll take the blame for that. This is not okay. Fuck. I just want to correct this and go back to the goddamn second round. Look, the page does not have to be responsive. You just have to load it and do what I say. Shit. Unbelievable. I'm about ready. I'll be back. This is taking way too long. Where I'm using. Thank you. That was not so difficult. I know that took a lot of time, but that was not difficult. All right. Now we can edit stuff, okay? All right. Now we can get back on track here. I get like that sometimes whenever I fall behind. Especially because I'm a perfectionist. It's like, all right, so we'll fix that code. And yeah, I think that's the only grammar error I made in that section. Yeah, so basically what we're doing is we're going to fix what we got wrong. We're going to get back on track here. I know this is taking a while, but okay, now you load. Now you load. See, this is my problem. It's like we want to get back on track with where we're at. All right, perfect, perfect, perfect. Thank you. It took a little bit of time, but thanks for remaining patient with us. Yeah. Yeah, so let's get back on track here. So Vancouver Whitecaps took Francis DeVries in number 7. That's a good pick. But Francis DeVries has the tools to be an MLS center back, but he needs to add more muscle. That's the one thing, the one issue I have with him. But the value at that point, that's good value. That's a good value pick. So we'll add that. And number 30 to Houston Dynamo, they took a goalie. They took Jake McGuire, who I think I removed from my board, but I sort of feel like that's a huge reach, though. I'll check to see if I have him in the 4th round. I think I do. Not yet. Perfect. I do have him in the 4th round. So we can take him. So I had the Revolution taking him in the 4th round, and I'm still baffled by why he got picked this early. Napo Matt Soso went to New England in the 2nd round. I know some people who had a 1st round grade on him. I was sort of in the thinking that he might fall to the 3rd round. I don't know if I had him in the 2nd or the 1st, though. I'm looking that up now as we speak. But it's a decent pick. I mean, the value there at that point in the 2nd round is good value. Yeah, I had the Red Bulls taking him in the late 2nd, but that's decent value. But yeah, we'll get back to the Super Draft now.
Adjust in college as well. That doesn't necessarily happen if you sign a 18-year-old who's still looking at college house. Man, I think and so forth. It's different. You're going away to college. There's a psychological and you got a surety thing. So that's important. I think there's always going to be a place. Sasha and the other coaches and the athletes are looking at home. They're working diligently and very hard. So forth. It's different. You're going away to college and you got to do laundry, pay rent, and you got to do those things. So that's important. I think there's always going to be a place. Sasha and the other coaches and the athletic directors are working diligently and very hard and have a fantastic plan as to how to make the game better and make the college experience a better one for soccer players.
All right, look, the pick is in again. So we'll come back. Safa, you have the next word, but the Philadelphia Union have the next pick. So let's get it back to the board.
The 7th pick of the 2nd round of the 2017 MLS Super Draft, the Philadelphia Union select from Clemson University, defender Aaron Jones.
Aaron Jones is here as well, so he'll make his way up to the podium. And what kind of player is Aaron Jones, Matt?
He's a right back. I thought he had a little bit of bad luck at the combine, being I think the worst team there, but he was very good for a very good Clemson team for a long while in the ACC. I like this pick as a depth pick for them at right back.
Or that team that made it to the national championship game a year ago. Clemson, here's Aaron Jones.
Good afternoon, everybody. Just want to say it's an honour to be here in LA for the MLS Super Draft. I'd like to extend a big thank you to the Philadelphia Union for selecting me and showing a lot of faith in me. I already can't wait to get excited on this new journey. I'd like to thank my parents, who I know.
Okay, who did Portland take at 10? Okay, it's good that we're catching up, but I know that Philadelphia took this player, but who the heck did Portland take? And the reason we're still doing this, we're still in the air, is because We're trying to catch up here, and I'll probably be giving my thoughts on some of these second-round picks as they come in after the Super Draft ends. I'll probably type up the grades, type up the code. I've got until 7:48 before TalkShoe automatically logs me out. And yeah. I don't want to watch the Super Draft on MLS.com. I already have it on YouTube. I want the draft board. I want the tracker, because if I miss a pick and it's not on YouTube and I'm behind at this point, I need the ticker.
I have to follow up. You give one more
Shit.
buzzword. How does that affect the draft? Because the draft is in January. So if you're playing 2 semesters, what happens to the kids who are drafted now?
Yeah, there's a couple of models you can do. You know, like lacrosse will draft their kids in January. The kids will know what teams they're with, and as soon as the season's over, they go to their cross.
Michael Amick went to Portland at 10. And that's an okay pick, I guess. Michael Amick was a second-round prospect. Some had him in the first round at the beginning of the year. I know there were a variety of teams that had Michael Amick falling to the 4th round at one point this year, but he really got it together because he's had that leadership, he's had that experience. There's other outlets that had him in the 1st round, so it's a decent pick. I figured Portland would try to address that outside back role.
12th pick of the 2nd round of the 2017 MLS Super Draft, DC United select from Monmouth University goalkeeper Eric Klanowski.
So the Monmouth goalie comes off the board here. We have had a barrage of goalies picked in the 2nd round, an absolute barrage.
From Monmouth University on the Jersey Shore, and he is here as well. So we're actually going to hear from. That was, by the way, Lino DiQuello from the MLS League office.
Klanowski played for the Red Bulls U23. As you said, he's huge. He gets down really well, especially for a big guy. Bad combine. He paid the price to drop to 10, 15 spots because of it.
I thought he actually had a good combine. It's interesting that they brought that up. I thought he was actually good at the combine. I watched the combine on YouTube. I actually thought he did well, making some critical saves in critical situations, and he was considered the top goalie. So I sort of have mixed feelings on this pick. It's a better value pick than what some of these other teams did when they reached for goalies, but it's interesting. Chicago taking a goalie. We've seen Jake McGuire. So we've seen 4 goalies go in the 2nd round. Farrell was the 1st, and then you had Cleveland, Stephon Cleveland, Louisville the 2nd. Jake McGuire, the 3rd goalie picked in this round. We've seen 4 goalies drafted in the first 12 picks of the Super Draft. So there's still like 10 more picks to go, but we've seen 4 goalies drafted in the first 12 picks of the 2nd round. So really fascinating storyline for MLS Super Draft this year.
For Klanowski at DC, Bill Hamid out of the U.S. January camp with a knee injury under Dykstra. They're back up for years there. He's now not with them anymore. There might be some room. And DC's had some good backups. Travis Horner, one of the best backups in the league. If he's with the team, probably might be looking at starting, early in the season if Hamid can't get back on the field.
Exactly. It's a good pick. It's a good value pick for DC. You can't let one bad week wash away, 4 strong years, which is what Eric Klanowski gave you in college.
Yeah, I think that's a very good pick, actually. That's with Greg Sutton, who played with TFC early in the days. He's 6'5", he's a tall guy. He's coming into his body moving lately. I think he's very athletic. His feet are pretty good. I think he's inconsistent at the combine, but his body movement is very good. I could see him playing in MLS, and it'd certainly be a very good number 2 or 3.
On to the 13th pick of the 2nd round. It's Real Salt Lake.
With the 13th pick of the 2nd round of the 2017 MLS Super Draft, Real Salt Lake select from the University of Washington defender Justin Schmidt.
Wow. So Real Salt Lake is just killing this draft.
I think
And what I mean by killing is they get a top 5 player in the first round at 13, and they get a late first round prospect in the second round. And if they get Landon Donovan on top of this, they win the draft, okay? They win the offseason. They are absolutely destroying everybody right now. And if these guys come up in a few years, Real Salt Lake's going to have another MLS Cup on their hands. They are just absolutely destroying every other team just to hit the way they have and to get the value they've gotten.
And he comes from a program that produces pros. You know what you're getting out of the University of Washington, and I think that they obviously, Craig Weibel likes that a lot. The other thing is, there are questions on the back line for RSL in terms of depth. Justin Glad's going to be gone the first part of the year for the U.S. U20s. Schuler and Long, that's a good. There's a guy they're trying to get out of one of the teams in Turkey, but he may not be able to come until summertime. So if you can get a guy who will walk into the lineup, into the depth chart, that's valuable, and I think they'll be very happy.
As I said, it was a shortage of left-footed center backs, and now it's a third center back in the second round of the left foot that's been taken from DeVries to Michael Lammett to now Justin Schmidt. And I think, you can't ever have enough depth in that position, when he's playing down the back, etc. But Justin Schmidt's a guy that loves to defend. That's what I see out of this guy. He loves to defend, and yes, he's got a decent left foot, but I think he's a guy that doesn't mind the battle.
They might want to make him sing in RSL. He's part of Unleashed, the acapella at the University of Washington. The man can sing. Hey, look, we have a trade. There's been a trade, and you might be interested in this. LA Galaxy have sent AJ De La Garza to Houston Dynamo.
What?
For a combination of general and targeted allocation money. Remember,
the fuck? LA Galaxy are my team, are my favorite team, and they've just traded their best defender to Houston. Wow. Houston actually made up for their shitty draft picks. Wow.
Well, congratulations to Houston. That's a very, very smart young man to take. All AJ does is win championships. He won 2 at Maryland. He won 3 with the Galaxy. The kid is a winner. He's a versatile player. Yeah, so he's got to go to his other hand now. But Mike Del Russo, the former assistant coach at Maryland, he's the assistant now at Houston Dynamo, knows AJ. I can see a connection there. I'm just surprised I didn't talk to anybody, but I like reconnecting the Terps.
For me, it's a very surprising trade because LT has a lot of depth, but I know they got to put together a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit there to create the money that they want to get after a guy like Jones or some of those others. But now they've got to replace him in the back because they've got Robbie Rogers on one side and Ashley Cole was pretty old on the other side, and he was the glue and the depth and can play anywhere in the back four. Now he's going to play again with Leonardo.
The 14th pick of the second round of the 2017 MLS Super Draft. Dynamo select from University of Akron defender Danilo Rajan. All right, Danilo Rajan, defender from Akron.
So suddenly the Dynamo have depth on their back line now.
Just like that.
There's Rajan, as you can see, he's big, good in the air. I thought he read the game pretty well. Stuff he didn't seem to happen.
Very well to the combat. I think he's very good.
Looks like he had good cover as well as some of the other guys in the draft. There's skill there.
Yes, and there's a decent idea for us.
And to be honest with you, at this point in the draft, a lot of times as a head coach, you're talking to your USL and you're saying, okay, he says, hey, I might need a center back. We can use a center back down the line. He's a good pick for us. We can send him there for a year or two. And to be honest with you, now in the draft, a lot of times he's saying, okay, he says, hey, I might need a center back. We can use a center back down the line. He's a good pick for us. We can send him there for years.
It'll be interesting to see how this develops.
Maybe now with communication with your USL team saying, okay, what do we need at that
First, Wilmer Cabrera knows that very well.
FC Dallas is on the clock now. There's the Dynamo table. FC Dallas is on the clock. Support Shield winners from a year ago. They won't have Murphy as early in the season. Javier Morales, they pick him up, the legend at Real Salt Lake. Does he have enough legs to carry that load? Dynamo table. The early Dallas is on the clock. Support Shield winners. Dallas might ask a year ago. I think just not have it. What they ask Murphy as it's going to be a little more difficult for them.
I'm still stumbled by what Houston's going to do. Did Houston keep this pick, or did they just get AJ De La Garza for cap room?
It's going to be a little more difficult for them to be able to get out through those areas. And, Morales isn't as good as that. He can't play every game. He's played a little 3 out of 4, and they give him a little bit of rest here or there. But it's a better option than trying to throw it onto the sheet at the right time. Certainly, Morales might be able to get him through those first months until Diaz comes back. Maybe he can't play every game, but he can play 3 out of 4, and they give him a little bit of rest here and there. It's a better option than trying to throw it onto the sheet.
I think he could use a little bit of help. I could see us see a little bit of help. Center back, Zimmerman and Hedges have both been national team picture at this point, and
the 15th pick of the second round of the 2017 MLS Super Draft, FC Dallas select the University of North Carolina defender Walker.
Wow. So Seattle still gets Walker. So FC Dallas gets Ja'Cory Hayes, a top 10 pick in the first round. They get Walker Hume in the second round. And amazing. I'm absolutely amazed by the fact that Real Salt Lake and FC Dallas, 2 powerhouse teams in the West, have continued to pounce on all these dumb teams that are making horrible draft picks.
So one of Oscar's things, with set pieces, and he did take part of his game. They rely a lot on set pieces. They're always had a guy who's a red set pieces. Diaz, he's got another guy now. Morales is a great set piece, and he really relies on his big boys that come forward, because set pieces have always been a big part of his game. This kid had a chance to stick. They're only center back on that roster, and he's decided to play it. He's blessed, so he kind of fits the big one of that on the headset. Number 4 man on 7. And then went back and played. He started soccer for the first time, and he was very successful. He missed that twice. He can't stand in South Carolina. There's some on the headset guy. There's a guy named pretty well. And then went back and played. Walker, there's another guy walking around who's just it's his identity. It's also a guy who could end up being what happens if he doesn't get that. They could just show up pretty well. Trying to pull your girlfriend. This guy looks really fit. What's the call? Just like Walker. It's his identity. NYC could end up being what happens if he doesn't get drafted. They could just show up the other day. Trying to pull your girlfriend. This guy looks really fit. What's the call? NYCFG is the next the Canadian GA. We'll see 1,500 minutes or so with us. That big last just 19 overall. A team getting younger in front of our eyes. Yeah, it's kind of a funny day, younger still like that. Kind of that's what I think show.
So we're 3.5 minutes through this podcast, and I've got 4 draft grades up. I think I have 5. I think I have 5 of the 22 second-round picks up. But regardless, this is going to end at 7:48 because of the time. You get 5 hours max on TalkShoe. So, and with the Super Draft almost being over, I am going to try to get the Delgado pick up on the site here.
had a nice read. Yeah,
16th
maybe they
pick,
take Reed
the second
because he
round,
likes
2017
quick technical
MLS
players.
Super Draft. New York City FC selects from Xavier University midfielder Brown.
So,
Well, the 16th pick,
they went midfield.
second round,
he scored maybe the goal.
MLS Super Draft. New York City FC selects from Xavier University midfielder Jalen Brown.
Is it inverted left winger?
Well, we are
They went midfield.
Possession. He scored maybe the better than I was. Johnson was right there. He, this is what he is. Inverted left winger. Plays better in the open field. Possession. But there are some qualities there that they play a 2-3-5 next year. Is that what we're looking at?
It's not a bad strategy to get them to be in the ball.
That works out. But I think it's also, that they have a whole team right now. Play a 2-3-5 next year. Is that what we're looking at?
By the way, it's not a bad strategy to get them to be in the ball.
That works out. But I think it's also, that they have other teams right now like McNamara.
It's got LA Galaxy's
McNamara as a winger. I think McNamara playing a little bit more inside.
Before we get there, Tornapo, he was the Los Ghosts in the for a while. There they are. There's certain answers. Great discussion. Before we get to that, go ahead, Susan. It's got LA Galaxy's
You guys trade AJ De La Garza to Houston for $175,000.
Before we get there, Tornapo, he was the
This is a player
Los Ghosts
so
in the
much
for a
for
while.
us.
There they are. There's certain
This must have been
answers.
a hard decision for you guys.
It's
You go ahead, Susan.
All right. The big news today, you guys trade AJ De La Garza to Houston for $175,000 in allocation money. This is a player
I love
who's
AJ as a person.
so much to the Galaxy over the years. This must have been
He's
a hard decision for you guys.
things for our club. Extremely difficult decision. Unfortunately, sometimes you have to make moves to create space on your roster. In athletics, sometimes you have to make very difficult decisions better. So I love AJ as a person. We have to say goodbye to AJ. That's hard for us to do. We appreciate everything he's done for us, for our club. We wish him all the best. Unfortunately, sometimes you have to make moves to create space on your roster better and make your team move forward.
You're getting, as I said, $175,000 in allocation money. Is there a plan to use that? I know there's been rumors around you signing Jermaine Jones. Do you guys have an idea as to where that would go?
Yes, we have a plan. We'll make our team better. Make an announcement.
We're getting, as I said, $175,000 in allocation money. Is there a plan to use that? I know there's been rumors around signing Jermaine Jones. Do you guys have an idea as to where that would go?
Yeah, I have plans already. Some players that are making announcements in the coming days. So we the system will be added to our team. We have a roster that's already that we're referring to. Just losing and run the start right away. But has great players already.
You guys have lost some key pieces in your roster. Do you kind of feel like
So the LA Galaxy gave up AJ De La Garza for $175,000 in allocation money. I really want someone.
key pieces?
Yeah, I'm not going to say it on the air, but Kurt Unfollow is a terrible replacement to Bruce Arena. It's at the point where if someone frees Unfollow's social security account, I just look the other way. But yeah, that's no laughing matter. We need to get back to the Super Draft, and Lindo Mfika, I don't have his grade up yet, but there are a lot of players, Francis DeVries, players that have been picked. And I'm sort of looking at this point with how far we are into this Super Draft. I'm sort of just, instead of writing grades up, I'm sort of just going to try to get these players up on the ticker. And this is just a good pick. It's a steal. But yeah, you don't trade your best defender for $175,000 in allocation money. You're basically saying, well, first-round picks in the Super Draft get paid $90,000, top 5 ones. You're getting paid, you're getting a fraction of that.
Those are two things that the Red Bulls definitely like in their wingers. And I thought over the 3 days of He's got some pace. Definitely like him. And I thought over the 3 days in the combine, I thought his play got better each day. I thought his best day was the third day. Some of the kids just need to get comfortable. And, he's got some size, he's got some pace. Like, he's not, be a rookie. He's not going to be a bad dude in the locker room, but he's not going to lack for confidence. That's the thing. Yeah, he's got a little jersey. So, he's not, I thought he was good. I tried to find that and tried to do the sheet together. He's just like a different coaching. So, let me see if it falls the same time. I didn't think he was a guy.
Hold on a second. Did I get that right? Yeah, Rajan went 36 to Akron. Walker Hume and Jalen Brown. So Walker Hume, Jalen Brown wasn't even on my board. So again,
The 18th pick of the second round of the 2017 MLS Super Draft, FC Dallas select from A&B Football Academy and a member of Liberation Adidas Canada, forward Idenizia. The 18th pick of the second round of the 2017 MLS Super Draft, FC Dallas select from A&B Football Academy and a member of Liberation Adidas Canada.
First Canadian GA Canada ever taken. He's 17 years old. He is a goal scorer. I think he's on an read and a little bit of history here, right? Yeah, the first Canadian GA Canada, I guess they're calling it, ever taken. He's 17 years old. He is a goal scorer. I think maybe he projects more as a leader in the league. He's intimidated at all by playing against guys 5 or 6 years older than him. And in the combine, League One Ontario, it's very great optic. Let's hear from you.
Siblings from so first off, I would like to thank people that own the Academy on this journey. So I hope that today is journey. My mom, my dad.
so the New York Red Bulls took some undrafted prospect from Colgate. Teams always do this. They always take an undrafted player who's not even on our board in the second day. But FC Dallas has to be the big winner here. They've gotten 3 first-round players in the first 2 rounds. They get a top 10 player with 16. They get a late first rounder who I had higher in the second round in Walker Hume. And then they top that off by getting a Generation Adidas player with their second round pick. They had 2 second-round picks. FC Dallas is absolutely destroying this draft, and they don't have to bring any of these guys up right away. They have to win an MLS Cup at some point.
It's a great pick this late. This is where you roll the dice a little bit. You're picking up a GA, you're picking up a 17-year-old that's got some talent. And in the system you play, he can play on the flanks, in your system. I think it's a great pick. It's a great night this late, and this is where you roll the dice. Alluded to us. You're picking up a GA against a 17-year-old as we've seen. Let's head back. What's a big piece of news today? AJ Delavar's on the flanks. Houston Dynamo. Santa College has Houston GM at the roll of the dice if it pans out. Matt alluded to us before it's not against playing young as we've seen. Let's head back. One of the big pieces of news today is AJ Delavar's going from LA Galaxy to Houston Dynamo. Santa College has Houston's GM at
Yeah, it's Colgate University. I don't know why I'm thinking Cutler, but it's like
allocation money. What does a guy like De La Garza bring to your squad? What do you see in him, and how can we help you out?
like AJ was set out to say it's a clear plan. It's very exciting for leverage our first round pick. He's a winner to bring in assets to acquire AJ while also still keeping our 10th pick to get Joe Hall, who we rated right near the top of the draft, and to bring a guy like AJ, please. I mean, it's
Shamit Shom, I believe, is still on the board. The top 10 pick for that Generation Adidas player. He did have a rusty combine, but he is still on the board. So this is really going to be interesting to see how this all pans out, because this is a player that he's undersized at 5'5". He's a Generation Adidas player, and these teams, they are weary of these Generation Adidas players. There's no question about that. So we have like 40 of the 44 picks up in our draft ticker on the top of our page. And we'll actually refresh the page here so that you can like see the picks, see some of the grades we posted on the Google Hangout. We really haven't done much outside of that, but the first 40 picks in our super draft are up on the ticker. Yeah, we're just gonna reload the page.
Thanks for having me here. All right, we're going to get you back to the podium. 19th Montreal Impact, the second round. It is 2017 MLS Super Draft. Montreal Impact select from FC Edmonton and a member of Generation
Shamit Shom.
Canada. Forward Shamit with the 19th pick of the second round. Back to back on the Canadian MLS.
Yeah, well, this is what Montreal did last year. They went back to back on defense with center backs. Now they're going back-to-back with forwards. This is smart.
Back-to-back on the Canadian Generation Adidas products.
And also misidentified his value there. He's actually a midfielder. I think that one of the reasons to keep up his churn for some gaps, position in midfield, will be playing.
Just to make it quick, guys, I want to thank my friends for all the support they've given me.
And also that
when things are down, value and just my family, my mom, dad, my sister. Love you guys. You all fill some gaps.
take a little more.
I'm excited to get to Montreal. Just to make it quick, guys, I really want to thank my friends for all the support they've given to do well. I know things are down, so hopefully that helps too. But I'm just really excited to that this is on preseason. I love you guys. You guys been listening to me and leaving home.
Shamit Shom on his way to Montreal Impact. Back to the back of the house we go because Susanna Collins is the head coach of NYC.
I know a bit of French, so hopefully that helps too. But I'm just really excited.
But yeah, I've updated the super draft code for all of the picks up until this point. Alec Farrell, you guys can look at that. I'm going to focus on getting some MLS draft grades up, and we'll get back to those a little bit later in the super draft. But
what did you like about this guy? What you had some success at the draft trade up? Jack Harrison, obviously. Do you feel like this year you guys are just continuing to kind of get the pieces that you need to build the squad that you want?
Yeah, we are really looking happy with the players we have today. We have managed to get a team.
You've had some success at the draft before. Jack Harrison, obviously. Do you feel like this year you guys are just continuing to kind of get the pieces that you need to build the squad?
Yeah, we are really happy with the kids that we have today. We are doing team high. We can hit quickly and the players did fit the system that we want. So try to identify the way that we need.
You made so much progress for your first season, second season, making the playoffs. How hungry are you though to just kind of keep progressing, keep making that impact?
We want to success fit the system that we are not the team, so we will take on. So that was a really good effort to
you guys have made so much progress for your first season, second season, making the playoffs. How hungry are you though to just kind of keep progressing, keep making that impact?
We successful season last year, and we have a team, so we just have to keep working hard to do well, to do better than we did last year, because we just have to keep believe.
Be honest with me. How stressful was draft day? I want a candid answer. Because I see a lot of people running around, and I want to get the perspective of what it's like out there on the draft floor.
as a coach, it is not that stressful as it is for
I think the other pick went ahead of me, but we're going to get to Shamit's show, Edmonton FC. We're going to get all these picks up on the ticker, and we're up to 41 on the site right now. We're almost done with the ticker, but we're still trading. The late second round pick.
Thank you so much. Prospect to you.
All right, Suzanne, thanks a lot. Next pick is in. Minnesota United has it. They worked out a deal with Philadelphia Union earlier in the day. So here we go. Minnesota United FC, 20th pick.
Select from University of Delaware, defender Thomas DiVallardi. With the 20th pick of the second round of the 2002
players draft.
I don't know
Minnesota
about this
United
guy.
FC, select from
Every
University of
coach I
Delaware,
talked to, nobody mentioned him, and
DiVallardi.
out of the combine. So,
Sleeper of sleepers.
yeah, your guess is as good as mine. They obviously scouted him.
Two players drafted.
I don't know.
that guy.
Coach I talked to, nobody mentioned him, and
all the
combine. So, yeah, your guess is as good as mine. They obviously scouted him.
U.S. national team and DC United legend. Could be arguing, that it was DC United. What is going on? Because what's going to happen United? We haven't brought this up. The top college soccer player
because he is so good, he and the people representing are going to leverage that in order to get the best possible deal. I do think that someone like DC United wants him. They obviously know what he is. I think that the consensus is pretty unanimous that this is a player that can play so good. Well, as somebody that you and the team represent, we're going to leverage that. I really think the best is starter when he gets in there. I do think, however, someone like DC United, you're going to have to obviously know what he is. I think the consensus is pretty unanimous that this is a player that can play. But you're going to because it's a wide world out there when he gets in there. When it comes to money, if there's a better deal out there, you're going to have that as the commissioner earlier on this said about making sure that there are players who don't parallel overseas at times. But you're going to because it's a wide world out there. When it comes to money, if there's a better deal out there, he's going to use that as leverage to get the best possible deal. I don't know ultimately from this trip. He has to passport.
Are there Jordan Morris parallels to have that?
A lot of teams reaching. Thomas Velarde out of Delaware. And that is a reach. Dave Velarde. So that's a huge reach.
It's like Alexi said, it depends on the individual involved. Jordan, he's got the talent. Obviously, it's like step by step, to be honest. And we sort of talked about that. And at the end of the day, I always think players need to make this decision. Where can I go to play? Not to train, to play at the highest. Certainly, he's got the talent. Obviously, it's good. He's good for the
Shit. Yeah, I think I typed this in the wrong space, but no.
Where can I go to play? Not to Bradford University, to play at the highest level possible.
Bradford is like, these teams always do this.
This guy,
Who the hell is Rimstad? Wasn't on the combine list, wasn't on any of the top 100 allocation outlets in the country. These teams, some of these teams in the second round always make picks that nobody expects. That's part of the problem. They make these picks nobody expects. And Radford, we got to get the Radford. We need to get the Radford College logo up on the site and embed that for later. We might need Colgate's logo too, but these teams are just whiffing so bad on these picks.
league is very good about supporting. Okay, so that
good
was
choice, by the way.
I thought it was a good decision too, and so doing it that way is something that made it work and helped them. The league is very good about supporting this club.
This is about the hearts and minds. This is when you have a player who everybody recognizes is very good. You don't want that message being sent overseas. You don't want that message being sent to the kids that are possibly going to be standing up at a podium in a future date. That you have a player going to lose, everybody recognizes is very good. It makes sense for them to do it. You don't want that message being sent overseas. You don't want that message being sent to the kids that are possibly going to be standing up at a podium in a future date. Has a long future to lose at a top level player. It makes sense for them to do it. Plus the fact that he's
All right, we have reached just about the end. We are approaching the final pick of the second half. That'll be the end of our future here as a top level player from Los Angeles. The third and fourth round will be done via. We have reached conference call on just about the end. We are approaching the final pick of the second round. That'll be the end of our. The results of the third and fourth round, Los Angeles, the MLS Super round on MLS done via. Tuesday, not as it happens on the conference call as well. We get results of our third and fourth rounds of the MLS Kids Draft up on MLSsoccer.com shortly thereafter, as it happens, I imagine, as well. Momentarily coming up. Before we get to all that, excuse me. MLS Cup champion goes Sounders. And now we have a hold up to the podium momentarily to hear. MLS Cup champion, MLS opening weekend is now March to Soccer. That's what we're calling it. It begins Friday, March 3rd with expansion side Minnesota FC. Let's do this. The MLS that match will be at FCC Canada is 9:30 Soccer. That's what we're calling it. It begins Friday, March 3rd on Saturday. Expansion side Minnesota FC. Minnesota United taking on the whole schedule. That match will be at FS1 beginning at 9:30 p.m. Eastern. Kicks off a slate of matches on Saturday, the 4th of March. So we're about starting the conversation. The whole schedule is out. Any MLS, any second. As soon as I begin the conversation,
I'll give a name. I'll say Russell Cicerone.
Ooh,
We're midfielder for our winger, rather.
That'd be a guy that Alexi would like. Hockey player out. As soon as I begin the conversation,
you were right the last time. Name. I'll say Russell Cicerone.
So Dominic Oduro.
Hockey player out of Michigan.
Go ahead, Lexi. You were right the last time.
I got the 22nd final pick of the second round.
Dominic Oduro.
Super Draft. Seattle Sounders FC 22nd and final pick of the second round. Midfielder 2017 MLS Super Draft. Seattle Sounders FC. Please tune in to opening matches on Friday, March 3rd. Dominic, we will have another great season. Thank you. Thank you all for attending. Please tune in.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where Dominic Oduro plays. He's the final pick in the Super Draft, but where does he come from? I think he's from a youth academy or something. I know in my MLS Combine PDF that name came up. I was a little bit uncertain about where he'd end up, but yeah, this is just, some of these teams just hit the nail on the coffin with their picks, like Montreal, FC Dallas, Real Salt Lake. Other teams just shot themselves in the foot. And this happens every year in every draft. There's a team that just hits the nail on the coffin with their picks. They hit their picks. And then there's a team that just screws up so badly. And with Montreal having two strong drafts where they get midfield, defender, first two rounds, they're not listing where Dominic Oduro played. I believe he played for a youth academy. So we're just going to go with that. And I'm not sure what position he played. I think he was a forward. We're going to do some research on Dominic Oduro. We need to figure out where this guy played. I can't really criticize the pick too much. I think Oduro did some things at the MLS Combine, and he's sort of impressed, but I'm just...
That's a revelation. That's $250,000. The commissioner says plays into how we assess how good or bad it was because that's a revelation. That's dialogue, debate, discussion, and the disagreement at times more stuff. Was this right? Was this right? These are good things. Just to see also the increase in talk, the dialogue, the debate, the discussion, and the disagreement at times. Everybody. Was this right? Was this right? And just to see also the scale of heights that they are kids with players that have them and their families and their girlfriends and everybody. That's very, very cool for an old guy like me. When you scale the heights that become incredible players and have that against the big stars. This portion of the dream. That's very, very cool for an old guy like me. That's a big move. I also thought it's the big stars for a lot of people get a lot of membership draft. NYCFC hasn't always done that well. I also thought Portland made some suggestions that being able to get like Nick Beasley last year down Portland. This hasn't always done that.
Yeah, we're gonna just put FCN or Norgestad. I like the logo; it's a cool logo. But Dominic Oduro, I'm gonna give Seattle an A grade. I don't know why. I just think they have made a good pick here.
They came out with this to the top 3-4 players on and say, come out. That guy, that's what you want to do in the draft. You want to come out with an thing. They came in at a position at the top. And here's a little size. That guy's going to go out now, especially Matt's used that with his team. Is at a position to develop on that video. Gives us flexibility, time to go out now, especially clean slate. Everybody looks good right now.
Draft picks seem to fit perfectly. All the teams are set up better than they were a year ago. Guys, 3 hours, clean slate. Everybody looks 2 rounds of the draft picks seem to fit perfectly.
This is a great draft. Everything's set up, but we're gonna stay on the line.
Thank you so much. Great stuff. Alexi, this is the beginning, not only for you as players, but for these teams. We're beginning of the 2017 campaign. Who knows where it's going to end up, but we all know where they want to end up. This is the beginning, not only for Seattle, for these teams. Beginning of the 2017 campaign. Who knows where it's going to end up, but we all know where it was.
Okay, so we're 3 hours 56 minutes into the Super Draft, and
They finished it off on what a moment it was for Major League Soccer with Seattle Sounders on the 7th in Toronto.
we'll look up Radford. We're gonna look up some other things real quick here. And while the picks are being wrapped up,
Five guys changing my last second. Really did the guys that we sent out there with confidence in Brad, then you change your mind in the last second. Really did the guys that we sent out there with confidence in Brad, then you.
Here's the order. Evan, Andreas, Flacco, Chauvin, and then Nico. Evan, Andreas, Flacco, Chauvin, and then Nico. Everybody understand that?
Josie's first. Michael will be second, Ben third. Will fourth.
It's not a crapshoot. It's not a coin toss.
Because I couldn't hardly watch it.
It's not a crapshoot. It's not a coin toss.
so we're basically on the 4th hour of the Super Draft now, and we've got about 1 hour left before we wrap this up. So the Vancouver Whitecaps, they got Francis DeVries with this pick, and I mean, we'll see what ends up happening here, but Francis DeVries makes a lot of sense at this spot. It's a good value pick. He needs to add more muscle, but it's a good value pick at this spot. No, get this right. But yeah, all of the picks are up. We're going to reload our page here. It's because we still are on a Google Hangout. Look, we don't care if the page is responsive. I'm writing a website. So basically, Francis DeVries going to Vancouver. We have that pickup, and we have 7 of the 22 picks up right now at this point. And a lot of these picks were reaches. Jake McGuire of Tulsa was a reach. But yeah, we're trying to comprehend all the data we posted. So yeah, basically, Houston Dynamo, perfect. So whatever picks we coded are on the screen. That's awesome. Jake McGuire, Tulsa, Napo, Matt Soso. So let's go in here and find those picks. I really did like the Michael Amick selection. Aaron Jones is a good value pick. There were rumors that there were rumors about him potentially being a first-round pick. I didn't buy into it. I wasn't sure what the deal was there, but we'll see. Jake McGuire is a good player. I had Kevin Lieb of St. Edwards ranked ahead of him, but I didn't think Jake McGuire had a good combine. I don't know why, but I sort of felt like he didn't have a good combine. But we'll go back and forth on this pick here. And yeah. But yeah, Michael Amick. I think Michael Amick went to New England. No, Michael Amick went to Portland. And while I am getting kind of hungry, I just have to suck it up and get through these remaining picks. We've gotten 8 of the 22 picks up. Yeah. So let's see what happens here. Napo, Matt Soso, and Michael Amick. So Napo, Matt Soso. was a second-round player. I'm not sure if I had him the third or the second, but we'll see what ends up happening here. I'm sort of thinking Napo Matsoso is going to be a B grade player because this is a first to third round player, second round here. So, yeah, we'll try to get that updated. We are working on some stuff here, some write-ups. I don't know what I was thinking moving this guy down to the third round, but New England picked him, not New York. I had New York taking him. I didn't really update the write-up. I did a poor job with that, but I'm going to keep doing this, so yeah. I'm going to do Michael Amick, UCLA player. I'm not sure where he is projected to go in this super draft, but I did drop him a few spots in the second round because I wasn't sure where to pick him, where to project him at. Yeah. I actually like this pick a lot, but the injury, the durability concerns is the big thing with Michael Amick. So, yes, we're just... The reason we're a little bit behind MLS is because we're trying to write draft grade write-ups. We're not just trying to get the results in. We're trying to get grades, write-ups. And maybe what I need to do for the NFL draft is just focus on the ticker. For days 2 and day 3, just focus on the picks coming in and then do the grades later. Or do the grade if you have time. So yeah, let's do that then. So this would be the 10th of 24 picks in the second round. Still a lot left, a lot of different scenarios that could happen here. So basically, since I had Toronto in my mock, all I'm going to do is put Portland. And I like what Portland's done. They got Jeremy Ebo-Bice in the first. They add Michael Amick for depth in the second. I like what they've done. They're going in a bold, unorthodox direction here. And I'm pretty certain Iman Jones is the next player on the board. So... But right now we have, wow, so we're already 4 minutes, 9 minutes. So we have 51 minutes left on this podcast before TalkShoe shuts us down for the evening. So we really do have to grind. We're halfway through the second round. So I'm actually pleasantly surprised with the Iman Jones pick. It's not a great pick, but it's good enough that you can make an argument for it being a steal. And I know Walker Hume went to FC Dallas, and I know Justin Schmidt went to Real Salt Lake. Jordan Wilson, who was a first-round pick, is still on the board in round 3, which I think is pretty spectacular. I'm not sure if rounds 3 and 4 are going to be this Tuesday or how that's going to work, but we'll figure that out later because we're still working on getting these write-ups done. We want to try to hurry through this because we only have 50 minutes to get everything updated. We have 50 minutes to update the next 11 picks. And that's the time limit we got. So, and I'm really, I mean, the water's still there from the hangout. I'm still hungry. I'm gonna turn off the hangout as soon as we finish this. I'm probably going to give this a B grade as well because I think it's a solid pick. It's not a spectacular pick or a value pick. But, yeah, I'm probably going to change this Michael and Mick pick to a B grade as well because it's a solid pick, but it's not a spectacular pick. So, yeah, another B grade. We've had some B grades, a lot of B grade players. Like, it's hard to say there's an A grade. There isn't an A-plus type of player in the MLS Super Draft. There really isn't. But, like, let's try to hurry this up. DC United. And teams mock drafts. Mock drafts had first-round grades on Monmouth. I've had Klimoski in the second round. Because today when I promoted my MLS mock, I had Klimoski going to Minnesota at 25. But what surprised me the most is the fact that that actually happened. We actually got this pick right. So, yeah. Just trying to clear everything out. There is a time limit to how long your podcast can be on TalkShoe. And that limit is 5 hours. So, yes. We have 47 minutes left on this call on TalkShoe. We're still on Google+. If you want to join us in the chat room, we're still on Google+. We'll try to finish this hangout. But, yeah, Real Salt Lake getting Justin Schmidt. I really do want to give them an A-plus grade. They have had a spectacular draft. This was a first-round player. And the rumors about New England moving up for Miles Robinson were smokescreens because they didn't move up for him, and they got a good pick. And I'm guessing Minnesota watched the same tape I did because I was not as high on Ebovice as everyone else was. And it's almost like Minnesota saw the tape I saw yesterday and said, we're going to take Abu Danladi, which really surprised me. But yes. So basically, Real Salt Lake gets that pick, gets that steal, and yeah, we're still on the call here on Talk Shoe. Wow. Houston Dynamo pick at this spot, and the Dynamo are picking here. They went with the guy from Akron, but I'm going to give them an A- grade because they got the player. They got ugh, 705 peak 706. I am getting really hungry, but I'm gonna hold it in. So Danilo Rajan out of Akron using this pick to get a good player. Pretty certain the FC Dallas took Walker Hume here. But this is an excellent pick for FC Dallas. Tucker's probably going to be a day 3 pick, his twin brother, but there's a lot of value in the 3rd round now. A lot of players. And basically, every player in my mock draft that was a 1st round pick has been selected. Last year, all 22 players in my 1st round of my mock draft were selected in the 1st or 2nd round. This year, the only player, in 2015, there was one player that reached the 3rd round. But this year, the only player that's still on the board is Jordan Wilson, and out of Kentucky. So this is a player that 6'3", 173, born in Scotland, helped Kentucky get 9 shutouts, really high soccer IQ, and a lot of mock drafts had this player in the 1st round. Did he have a terrible combine? I don't think he did, but he's still on the board in the 3rd round. And as soon as Wilson comes off the board, I mean, that's probably, whoever gets him is probably getting an A+ grade, simply because you're getting a late 1st round player in the 3rd round, which is just, that's a steal at that point. But yes, Walker Hughes still on the board here. And we still got time. I think we're going to make it through Talk Shoe in 5 hours. But last year we did this. It was 4 hours, 47 minutes. And I'm just really confused here. I think we skipped New York's pick. I'm almost certain we did. I need to go back into my draft ticker and find out what the hell we did wrong here. I'm almost certain we skipped their pick. I'm trying to figure out what the deal is yet. We skipped their pick in the second round, which is not okay. It's not acceptable for me to do that. So we'll copy and paste that into the ticker, and then we'll get the picks up. So, yeah. But yeah. We do have grades up for like half of the players at this point. Basically, I think we have, we'll check in a little bit. It's still 7:12 p.m. out here on the East Coast. The Super Draft started at 3. And because I didn't get the first round pick right, there were points where I caught up. And yeah, but I was really behind the entire day. But FC, there's 3 picks, 4. So that we have 7 picks left. Okay, this is manageable. This is actually a manageable situation. You have about just over 30 minutes to get 7 picks up. This is actually a pretty manageable situation. We just got to keep our calm and execute. I think I have Colgate's photo up on the site. I think I have their image embedded into the site. I'm just... Colgate Raiders. We're going to go into the... I'm almost certain we have it up on the ticker. Or we have the code. Seriously, we don't have Colgate's logo up on the site. All right, we're going to go with the Colgate Raiders. We're going to get that logo embedded into the site. And we're going to do that because we need to do that. We need to take care of that. This is what I was afraid of, is not meeting this deadline. I didn't think a player from Colgate was going to get drafted, but this happens every year where a player we think is going to... It happens every draft. We see a player go earlier than they should. All right, so we'll get this Colgate logo updated up on the site, and then we'll, because this is taking up a lot of time here. We got Radford as well. Sort of at the point, you know what? This Colgate logo looks cool. I don't care if it's the current one. It's cooler than the other logo, which just kind of sucks. Just the C in the gate. Yeah, we're going to get Radford's data up as well, because it's Radford in this school. I think it's the Radford Highlanders. But yeah, St. Edward's Highlanders, the Radford Highlanders. I've not seen the logo for them. But yes. So Rimstad actually did get invited to the player combine. This was not as bad of a pick as I thought it was. And so I'll change. I'm not going to give New York an F grade. I did not know that that player got invited to the MLS combine. I was completely unaware of that. I even looked through the PDF. So yeah, there's a PDF with all the players, the teams for the MLS combine. I had access to that, and I didn't even see that guy's name in the book. So that's not on New York as much as it is on me. So yeah. And yep, so we'll see what happens. We're really trying to get this updated. So we've got 27 minutes to get 6 picks up. I sort of know what we're going to write about the Red Bulls for the player they took. Now it'll be short. It'll be straight to the point. It'll give me a few more minutes to get this stuff updated. I know that the Generation Adidas player went to FC Dallas. The Canadian player. That. All right, let's hurry. Wait. Never mind. Ethan Cutler was the okay, Jaylen Brown went to Xavier, so we already screwed this up. The player that, all right, so let's keep our cool here. So we screwed up somewhere. But yeah, the player from Xavier, we got that pick wrong for New York City FC. Still feel like we can get this updated. I should be glad the computer hasn't froze yet. That's been one of the problems with our drafts for NFL or whatever in previous years. That has not happened today, and I am extremely grateful for that. I've had like Hangouts or whatever, and the computer would freeze on me. That has not happened today, so I am thankful for that. But yeah, Jaylen Brown from Xavier was not in my top 100. I feel like both these teams, both New York teams, reached with these picks. Is it the Xavier Musketeers? I've got to double check that. It's just, I think it's the Xavier Musketeers, but it's just like Xavier's not a football school. It's not in a, well, maybe it is football, but it's like football's my main sport, followed by hockey. I really haven't really just so. And I didn't believe either one of the Canadian generation of youth imports was a first-round talent. I sort of felt like these were both project players, but people had a tendency to mock them in the first round. And one did go to a Canadian team. The other went to FC Dallas because FC Dallas saw the value in developing them, putting them in their academy. But there are a lot of good players outside of the good news is I won't have to load the top 11. It'll just be rounds 1, 2, 3, and 4. There are just so many good players on the board. But the only can't-miss player at this point would probably be Jordan Wilson. But, yeah, I'm trying to find the Canadian player. Jean Reed. This is easily an A pick for Dallas, FC Dallas, because this was a Generation Adidas player. So you've come out of this draft with a top 10 pick, another first-round pick, and a player that was a Generation Adidas player. You've got all of that in the first 2 rounds of the draft. So, and you had the best record in the Western Conference. FC Dallas is eventually going to make MLS Cup and even win one with the talent they've added plus the talent they've gotten for previous years. FC Dallas is eventually going to win an MLS Cup. They just have too many pieces in place. And they're already stacked, so it's like there's no reason why this team should not win it all. Najana Reed, Shamit Shom went to Montreal at the next pick. So, yes, Montreal took a player. Toronto took Colorado originally had this Toronto FC pick, but Minnesota got it from Philadelphia. Then Philadelphia acquired this pick, and then Minnesota got it. So, I don't know what Colorado did, but Shamit Shom is the player we are doing a write-up on right now. And this is basically just 3 picks left, I think, after this. So we'll see what happens. We've got 19 minutes to get these 3 picks up after this. So we're on a pretty tight deadline here, but I think we are going to do it. So Shamit Shom to Montreal here, and then you've got Minnesota United FC, which will get their pickup. We'll update that. That'll be the very next thing we update, and then we'll have about 18 minutes to get the picks up on the site. I kind of want to go a little bit in depth with Shamit Shom being that final generation Adidas player. I think I ate at like 10:30 a.m. So, yeah. I've gone about, yeah, I'm trying to think, 10, noon is, so I've gone 9 hours without food. I should have ate something before the super draft, but I was tired, so I took a nap. But yeah, I'm not really worried about the 15 minutes because I think we can do this. It's going to be close, though. All right, so basically we're going through here. So basically we're going to go through this and yep, so DC United did pick at 21, I believe. And Minnesota took a player from Delaware. I'm probably giving them and DC United both F grades for reaching. No, I'm not going to give DC United an F grade for taking the player from Radford. I already said that, but I'll probably give them a C grade. But there were a few teams that just pounced on these players and did their homework. And there were other teams that just whiffed at these picks. Yeah. But yeah, this is the player they ended up getting. And he went to Delaware. So after this, we'll have 2 picks to get up. Yeah, the Delaware Blue Hens will have 2 minutes to get these picks up. So I'm just waiting to get this write-up done, and then I will save this, and we'll have 10 minutes to get the final 2 picks up. Probably, maybe less than that. But I think we're going to meet that deadline on TalkShoe. We'll still be on Google Hangouts trying to go over each of the picks in the second round. But it's been a fun MLS Super Draft, and we still technically have 12 minutes, but my phone is at 20% battery. My cell phone is at 20% battery. I'm just ignoring that for now because I think we're going to get through this before time runs out. I'm hoping we do, but I'm not certain about anything right now. And I've already said that I'm probably only going to do the first 2 rounds next year because I've got to run NFL draft content, MLB content. I run draft content for all 5 sports, NFL, NHL, NBA, MLB, MLS, and this is just too time consuming. It's soccer, I get it, it's popular sport, but like to do 4 rounds of this is just too damn time consuming, especially if the teams are going to screw up and not take, if you take a 4th round player or a 3rd round player in the 2nd round, it's not the end of the world. But to take someone undrafted, that's not okay. I'm not answering the door right now. I've got 2 things to do here, and yep. I'm just going to scroll through our Google Hangout here. We have 8 minutes to get these picks updated. We've got actually 7.5 minutes if we're counting the timer on my phone, but I want to try to double check to see if the grades are up on Google Plus real quick before we get to these final 2 picks on TalkShoe. But DC United, they took a guy from Radford who made the MLS Combine. All right, perfect. I think this is loading. It's taking a little bit, but it's loading. And we just got to get these few picks up, and then we're done with everything for this evening. But yes, DC United picked at 43. They took a player from Radford who was at the actual MLS Combine, and Seattle took Dominic Oduro. So Joe Vet Reemstad from Radford went 43rd, and Dominic Oduro went 44th. But we're trying to see how many teams, how many grades we have up for these players at these picks. And it's just, it's not loading. It's not, the page has to load, okay? I'm happy, but I also want to double check my work on Google Hangouts. Jeez. But yeah, we're on TalkShoe, and I really want to thank everyone for tuning into our MLS Super Draft coverage. I don't know if we're going to get through these final few picks. But yes, this has been a fun TalkShoe Hangout. The call's probably going to end soon. I'm just going through the code, trying to scroll down, trying to double check stuff. And it's at the point where we're sort of just going to copy and paste the screen and just load this, because this is not okay. So just leave us hanging like this. This is not okay. So, yep, most of the picks we posted: Cleveland, Delgado, DeVree, Big McGuire, Napo Matt Soso, Michael Amick, Simon Jones. We're just going through the picks here on the Google Hangout. So I want to update the page, what it looks like. And I'm probably not going to get those last two picks in on TalkShoe because of loading time. But yes, I just want to scroll up and see what Minnesota did real quick here. No, I don't want to read the comments page. I've got other substantial stuff I need to do. But yes. We have about, I'd say, we have just under 3 minutes here. Yep. Minnesota, we just need to see the logo. Yep, Thomas DiValardi and Radford. So I'm going to try to type in the code for these two players. Radford, the Radford Highlanders. I'm going to give this a C grade because this guy did participate at the MLS Combine. And then Oduro's probably going to get a B grade. So basically, this pick and then Dominic Oduro, I'm probably going to give Oduro a B grade, but I want to thank everyone very much for sticking with us here through these 5 hours on Draft Utopia. And we'll see if we can actually get this updated. But yeah, Dominic Oduro is the final pick in my super draft, and I am going to give him a B grade. Thank you very much to everybody who listened to this episode. I know I got stressed throughout the day, but I just want to thank everybody for sticking around until the very end. We're still on Google Plus and on YouTube as well. I'll stream the YouTube video up a little bit later today, but for now, we're on that final pick, and we'll probably be on Google Hangouts until 8 p.m. I'm guessing, because it's 7:48, and I want to go through the picks real quick here in the second round. So thanks very much. If we manage to make it past the 5-hour mark, that would be awesome, but I'm not expecting that on TalkShoe if we can make it, because I think 5 hours is the limit on TalkShoe. Yeah, so basically, we'll see what ends up happening, though. All right, cool, awesome. So, yeah, I sort of felt like that was going to happen. I thought we might get above 5 hours, but they only give you 5 hours on TalkShoe. I was really hoping they could expand it to 8 hours like Google Plus, and I got my hopes up thinking, well, maybe they'll give us that luxury. They didn't, but I'm still happy with what happened, and I'm happy we got to that final pick. And we'll go over the picks in depth a little bit after this. We'll recap everything, and then we'll wrap this up, because we'll promote this on Twitter, and then we'll recap our winners and losers for day 1 of the Super Draft. But yeah, this has been a fun day, and it's been a stressful day, but it's also been a fun day. And next year, I'm probably only going to do 2 rounds, just because there's so much to do on my site. And I love doing this, don't get me wrong. It's fun, but it's also a lot of work. And do people really care about soccer after the first 2 rounds? No. But yeah, Dominic Oduro impressed. But a lot of teams at the top of the draft took good players. Like, they actually drafted smart. I did not think Julian Gressel was going to go top 10, especially ahead of Nico Hansen. But, you know, I really like the fact that these teams actually drafted for value. The only team in the top 10 that screwed up was the Dynamo, and they picked at 4, and they passed on both Ebo Bice and Jackson UL, 2 top 5 talents at that number 4 spot. They moved down to 10, and they get a 3rd rounder in Joseph Holland, which was not a good pick. I don't care what the experts say. That was just not a good pick. He looked okay at the combine, like he was going to improve his stock to a 2nd rounder, but to take him that early in the top 10 was just beyond irresponsible. And we'll see what ends up happening here. A few years ago, I said Matt Polster would end up being the biggest reach in the entire draft, and he's actually been one of the best players outside of Kyle Aaron in that 2015 Super Draft. So maybe Hofstra will be a stud. We'll see. But, yep, that's going to save that. We're going to get this up, and we'll get the final 2 picks up on Google Hangouts here, and then we'll finally wrap this up and talk winners and losers. And we'll do that until 8 p.m. tonight, and then we'll go off the air. I'm not sure how to stop. I'm not sure. Oh, you click stop broadcast at the bottom. That's how you end the show. But, yeah. This is based, okay, now I see where we screwed up. I forgot to minimize that photo. Yep, that's a big no-no. And I am going to fix that, okay? Just give me a few minutes to fix that. I did not, I thought I resized this photo. That's my fault. All right, let's go back into the server and then reload this one last time. Yeah, so we're going to upload the same photo again to the server. Oh, okay. Yeah, Shamit Shom is a player that really stepped up. And yeah, that's the super draft. We'll talk about some of the players real quick that really stepped up in the super draft here and really made this draft a lot of fun to watch. And yeah, I'm still here. It's back to me now. I'm just gonna ignore some stuff here. I don't know if I see comments. I'm not gonna screen share any more stuff, but let's go back here and I'm gonna stop screen sharing and zoom out a little bit here. But yeah, I'm gonna be back on the air. This is my apartment, so yeah. But I'm gonna screen share. I'm gonna talk about the winners, losers, some of the players that. My biggest winner today was FC Dallas. Real Salt Lake did awesome too. So those would be the 2 big winners. The 2 biggest losers from this are Chicago, who if they had drafted well, they would be in a position to potentially challenge for the playoffs. They traded down. They took a player. Daniel Johnson might be a good developmental player. They got Delgado. Maybe they'll turn that into something. And then you look at the Houston Dynamo, are the biggest loser today. They turned down 2 top 5 picks. They turned down Abu Bakr. They reached for Joseph Holland, a 3rd-round player at 10. They had 3 second-round picks, and they couldn't really get anything going with them. I know they got A.J. De La Garza to save face, but they had a horrendous draft, but they ended up getting AJ De La Garza from my LA Galaxy because I continued to talk smack about them. For the next 4 minutes, we'll talk about some of the players that are available in round 3 on Draftopia. I know I probably messed some stuff in the comments page, but I focused more on what I thought teams would do, what I would do instead of what teams would do. That was my flaw, and I know I'm probably going to get a lot of crap for that from the people who comment on our pages. I really don't care. I love the trolling. I love the readership. Love it. Thank you guys. But yeah. Christian Thierjung is still on the board, I believe. Thierjung is a second round pick. He's still on the board. David Goldsmith out of Butler is also still on the board. He had 10 goals in multiple seasons. So he had 11 goals last year. He had 12 goals this year, but he's 5'9", 155. I'm guessing the height is a concern. He's from Bristol in England, and he played in the English Premier Academy League for 5 years. So I'm sort of wondering why he's still on the board. He was ranked as number 10 at one point. Chris Nanko out of Syracuse is still on the board as well. He was a second-round talent. Felix Debona, Boston University Terriers winger, is still on the board. So that's 3 second-round players. Nazim Bartman, who is personally my favorite player, who got compared to Dom Dwyer on this South Florida team, still on the board in round 3. Wolito Fernandez is still on the board. That's 5 second-round players that are still available in round 3, plus for Austin Ledbetter still on the board. So that's 6 first-round players. Haberkorn, 7. Brant Bonico out of Charlotte, that's 8. He had a goal in the combine. Tucker Hume, 9. Jorge Gomez Sanchez, 10. So Robert Mose, 11. So if you count the fact that we have 11 second-round talents plus Jordan Wilson still on the board, that's 12 out of 24 players that you can get in the 3rd round that are reaches. Plus, how many 3rd-round talents are still available? Alex Neff is available. He's a 3rd-round talent. Billy McConnell is available, 3rd-round talent. Marcus Epps got reached for. Russell Cicerone is available, 3rd-round talent. So that's 4 picks. I don't think I got a single pick right in my mock for MLS, but I still enjoyed making them. Hazel's still on the board. That's 7. Wehan's available. That's 8. So that's 20 different players you're looking at. Eddie Sanchez and Dunn out of Portland are both still there. So Dales Moreno, 23. DeGraffin at 24. Robbie Segal, 25. Nate Regis, 26. Keith Trout. Bernardo Matos, 27, 28. Virginia Commonwealth, 29. Bjornson, 30. And so there's 30 players that have 3rd-round grades or higher still on the board here. That just tells you how bad the scouting was this year. But again, thank you everybody for participating, listening to this live stream. I'm Chris Ransom of Draft Utopia. You can follow us at draftutopia.com. We're going to work on getting Mark Suba's mock draft for the NFL up a little bit later. Enjoy your